Chapter 1024. Zhang Shougue truly was approaching Plateau 1313. He had first received a report from Zhao Hanzhang saying that Plateau 1313 had already been broken through and that there weren't many soldiers left. When the main force arrived, they would be able to push through. At the same time, he had also received news that Zhao Hanzhang had discovered people on Plateau 225 from his position and that there was also an ambush in the nearby low-lying areas. In addition, he had engaged in a scout battle with an unknown number, but the enemy had already left. He had also given a guarantee that he would be like a sharp knife, firmly thrust into the enemy's heart so that no matter what the enemy did, it would be impossible for them to succeed. When he first received this news, Zhang Shougue had been happy for a few moments, thinking that victory was at hand. Just as he was planning to quickly advance, he suddenly hesitated. Measure wind direction and speed. Glider team, take off and scout Plateau 1313. Zhang Shougue resisted the urge to give the order to advance, instead having the troops slow down and the scouts move out. The messenger quickly returned. Reporting, the fortifications on Plateau 1313 are in disarray, most of them destroyed. From the air, we can faintly see wounded lying on the ground, groaning. When my scouts flew over, they were not attacked. Over. Zhang Shougue softly cursed at Zhao Hanzhang. So close. Zhao Hanzhang, you tricked me to death. Turning his head to the officers in the room, he asked, did you see anything? My guess is that the other side should have some means to counterattack. Therefore, they first pretended to be weak and waited for our army to rush up and catch us off guard. According to General Zhao's information, the other side should have a battalion or 1.5 battalions of soldiers at the top of the mountain. However, the number of wounded soldiers is less than 100, so the rest are definitely lying in ambush. Our army should be opening up a path with cannons and taking Plateau 1313 in one go. This is called beating them at their own game. A general voiced his analysis and waited for Zhang Shougue's approval. But Zhang Shougue didn't look him in the eye. Beat my ass. Do you think the enemy's commanders are idiots? They just suffered a round of attacks, so how could they not understand the power of cannons? If they dare to set up such a formation, they probably aren't really weak, but they have an even bigger backup plan. If our army is charging straight up and the enemy really does have a backup plan, then tell me, how are we going to calculate our losses? The general who had spoken just now did not say anything, but he was unwilling to accept it. Since they did not know, why did they say that his idea was wrong? Zhang Shougue continued, I was worried that this was a trap. Zhao Hanzhang truly charged too quickly. He didn't clear out the soldiers along the way, so he believed that with his advanced weapons, he wanted to charge straight into the enemy's main force and determine which army they belonged to. If the other party was Wang Wan's main force, would he be able to gain any advantage by rushing over? If it wasn't, I would have risked my life to keep his brigade. That's not good. At this point, Zhang Shougue shivered and said to the messenger, send a report to General Zhao at the vanguard. Order him to quickly retreat and join up with our army. There is no time to be lost. Our army is to set up camp and guard the surroundings. Do not move recklessly. Zhang Shougue's army of more than 10,000 immediately began to set up camp, and various defensive fortifications were set up. The officers carried out Zhang Shougue's orders, and this time, no one objected. This was because they recalled something. Yang Chang's 1st Brigade had charged too quickly in the Fuyang region. They didn't even set up camp before they launched an assault on the enemy. 2 messengers came in to report. One was from the glider unit, while the other was from a scout. The scouts were a bit slower than the enemy's advancing speed. Set up camp here. Divide the unit into 2. 2,000 people form a defensive circle and form a triangle. Hurry. For a moment, Zhao Hanzhong no longer considered how to attack the enemy's highland. Instead, he switched from offense to defense. He also knew who his opponent was. Since the enemy was able to mobilize 4 regiments, they were at least divisions in size. How could their commanders be lacking? Send a report back. Our army is unable to complete the retreat mission. We are surrounded. Please give your orders. Zhao Hanzhong couldn't think of a better plan. He wanted to say that they would defend and wait for reinforcements, but he was afraid that they would implicate their own troops. He wanted to say that they would break out of the encirclement, but he was also worried that they would disrupt the deployment of their rear. When Zhang Shougue received Zhao Hanzhong's report, he felt like his head was about to explode. He looked at Highland 1103 on the sand table and said, "They want to force me to attack or go around to rescue the vanguard. Tell me again, what should we do?" The officers also realized that something was wrong. Those who had just said that they wanted to take the highland in one go no longer dared to have such thoughts. A forceful attack definitely won't work. Even if we succeed, our ammunition will be greatly depleted. When our army first came ashore, we shouldn't have left the area around Hangzhou. Instead, we should have stabilized the defensive line and waited for the reinforcements to arrive. If our ammunition can't keep up, how can we fight? I'm asking you about the present. Why are you bringing up the past? When I gave the order, none of you objected. Now you want to force me down first. What do we do now? Zhang Shougue slapped the table and reprimanded the officer. The officer was startled. His words just now had been unintentional. After all, he was just analyzing the situation. He began to analyze the cause. Seeing that the general was angry, he quietly said, "Let's go around. I propose that we go around. General Zhao still has 4,000 men. Let's go around a place where the enemy's defenses are lax. In one go, we can coordinate from the inside and outside and rescue General Zhao's men. After that, we'll retreat back to Hangzhou's harbor and resupply with ammunition and provisions. Then we'll make plans. Otherwise, if we run out of ammunition, our army can only fight with bayonets. The enemy still has crossbows. Then do you know how many people the enemy has? Our army has gone around them. By the time we meet up with the vanguard, the enemy has already retreated from the vanguard. Our 14,000 men might have entered an even larger encirclement. Our advantage is our weapons, not our speed. We also need 2 legs to walk, and those few horses are used to pull cannon carriages. Tell me, what should we do if we're surrounded?" Zhang Shougue continued to ask. This time, no one made a sound. Zhang Shougue circled the sand table, muttering, "Our army isn't suited for siege warfare. The best terrain is either high ground for defense or flat plains. But why do we have to be the ones to attack? Oh, I remember now. We're using advanced weapons to lead the great Tang soldiers to attack the natives. Right, we're the aggressor. These natives are too smart to the point where they know themselves and their enemy. If we're there, we'll have to kill at least 60,000 of the natives' main force if we want to win. If they're in hiding, then it's easier to deal with them. We can just send out scouts to find them. But now, we're making it seem like there's a problem. We must have miscalculated somewhere. Think, calm down, and think carefully." While Zhang Shougue circled the sand table, the other generals returned to their own matters. After a full 30 minutes, Zhang Shougue suddenly stopped, clapped his hands together, and laughed. "Ha! I know where the problem lies. Our army should have gathered together and linked up the supply lines. Then, we should have deployed the main force to find the enemy's main force. If we found that they were defending the mountain, we should first surround it. Then, we should wait for the artillery to arrive and bombard them, first cutting off their supply lines and then destroying their fighting strength. If they organize other forces to counterattack, our army can take advantage of the terrain and fight a defensive battle. In this way, we'll turn a battle of command and soldiers into a battle of weapons and supplies. Even if the supplies are the same and we have the advantage in weapons, right, that's what we should do. After thinking things through, Zhang Shougue was elated. He ordered the messenger, send a report to the vanguard. Have them defend for now, build fortifications, conserve ammunition, and deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. If the enemy dares to engage in a battle of annihilation, give them a vicious beating. As for supplies, have them think of their own methods. Gather materials from the ground. Feed the horses to the people, and the horses, kill them. As for the wild vegetables, birds, and beasts, tell them to hold on. Tell them that every day they can hold on will increase the pressure on the enemy. Our army will quickly contact the Central Army and have them come as quickly as possible. Right now, we just need to rely on perseverance and fight for time. Go. Once the messenger left, Zhang Shougue said to another, our army will expand the defensive perimeter. Kill the horses and gather all sorts of food in the surrounding areas. We have to be quick. The more we gather, the more confident we'll be. After the messenger left, Zhang Shougue sat down, his eyes on the sand table. His hand lightly tapped against his leg as he began to hum a tune that only he could understand, his head swaying back and forth with Wei Wei. I know. The army in front of me definitely isn't led by Wang Wan. Otherwise, why would she leave behind so many supplies for me? If she was leading this army, she would definitely scorch the earth and clear the fields. She would kill all the beasts in the surroundings, pluck all the fruits from the trees, and burn all the grass in the mountains. She wouldn't even leave behind the bark of the trees. At most, I would be able to dig up some roots that weren't burned to death. After analyzing the situation, Zhang Shougue felt that the more he thought about it, the more reasonable it made sense. He felt both a little regret and a little relief that he had not encountered Wang Wan's army. He said to the messenger, have the transfer team pick up the pace. Find a way to contact the Middle Army and tell them that Wang Wan's main force is not on the Yellow Mountain line. However, there are at least 30,000 enemy soldiers on the Yellow Mountain line. I hope that the Middle Army can pick up the pace and work with my army to wipe out the enemy on the Yellow Mountain. Zhang Shougue's army stabilized. They did not provide reinforcements, nor did they attack, and they certainly did not retreat. They acted as if they were the ones being attacked, and began to fight a defensive battle. In the center of the sand table, Li Longji had just closed his eyes. When he opened them, he saw that Zhang Shougue's army had stopped and that Zhao Hanzhang's army had been surrounded. After asking the people who were paying attention to the situation, he nodded and said, Zhao Hanzhang's army has already been dealt with. They charged too quickly, so it's too difficult for them to get back to the rear. Unless they also gather all their weapons, then they can escape with a small portion of their army. But if they escape like this, on the actual battlefield, they will definitely be punished and beheaded. So why is Zhang Shougue not daring to advance? It turns out that a powerful opponent can also make a person mature. It actually made a person who likes to attack and launch surprise attacks learn how to defend. Just defend and see how Xiao Bao and Cuckoo respond. Your Majesty, this concubine believes that if Zhang Shougue really does not move, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will be able to quickly eat up his army. Your Majesty, look at the weapons on both sides. Empress Wang could see that Cuckoo had a chance of winning from the situation and happily told Li Longji this. Li Longji said nothing, waiting for Empress Wang to continue. Empress Wang continued, Your Majesty, look. If Zhang Shougue does not move, Cuckoo and Xiao Bao will quickly eat up one of Zhao Hanzhang's brigades in front of them. They can surround them and then attack them every night. When the wind blows, they can release smoke upwind to cut off the water source of the river where they set up camp. They can also organize small groups of soldiers and use crossbows to shoot. Should Zhao Hanzhong fight or not? If he fights, he will use up his ammunition, and once he runs out of ammunition, he will die. If he does not fight, he will be ambushed every day. How long can he last? Correct. The Empress understands. Li Longji was in a good mood. He hoped that Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao could win so that the generals of the imperial court would calm down. They should not think that they were invincible just because they had a few weapons. Every small mistake would result in the deaths of many great Tang men. Gao Lishir added, while wearing down Zhao Hanzhong's army, Cuckoo will be able to determine Zhang Shougui's situation and send out her main force to circle around from the side and surround Zhang Shougui as well. Encircling but not attacking, only defending. Once they were done with Zhao Hanzhong, they could send over some logistics to harass Zhang Shougui's army, preserving the strength of their main force while using the logistics to wear down the enemy's main force. Now that the enemy's entire population was a soldier, transferring manpower and transporting supplies was no problem. Just like the weapons of the Great Tang's attacking side, according to the rules, every once in a while, a batch of ammunition and cannons can be shipped over. If Zhang Shougui, the vanguard, is eaten up, the Great Tang army will be greatly affected. Gao Lishir was excited. His son and daughter-in-law were formidable, and he also felt proud. But what he hadn't expected was that a single military examination would produce such an effect. At the start of the battle, no one could have imagined that Zhang Shougui would suffer such a huge loss. Of course, the current situation was good. The Great Tang generals would know that their advanced weapons were not as effective as they imagined in the desperate resistance of the enemy. Just as Cuckoo had said, in war, it wasn't just weapons that mattered, but people as well. If the general was incompetent, the army would be exhausted to death. When the enemy gathered the strength of an entire race to stake their lives against you, you had to be extremely careful. See, the current situation was like this. Zhu Zizan was the one who was watching the battle the most seriously. In this military examination, he had seen that sometimes, cannons and guns couldn't directly decide the outcome of a battle. There were many ways to deal with them. If he had dealt with them properly, he might have been able to achieve the results of Wang Wan's side. Of course, the reason why Wang Wan's side was so formidable was not because of the desperation of the natives, but because of the excellence of their commanders. If the commanders of every regiment, every battalion, and even the commanders of every squad could display their own abilities, they would be able to slowly obtain the results they deserved, gathering small victories to create a great victory. On the battlefield, opportunities change too quickly. Don't underestimate the strength of every single soldier, Zhu Zizan concluded. Then, she whispered to Princess Jincheng, Nunu, don't you think I was very embarrassed at that time? When I was on Mount Hua, I saw the power of the cannon and the advantage of the hot air balloon flying in the sky. I was directly scared. But look at Cuckoo. She and Xiao Bao weren't afraid. Their military academy commanders weren't afraid either. In a situation where their weapons were inferior, they thought of all sorts of methods and didn't back down. Husband, there's no need to be so upset. Others were also afraid. The Turks and the tribal leaders of the northern Hebei province were all scared stiff. In the end, our great Tang was able to so easily take back the land. The weapons were man-made under the command of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, so they naturally knew the strengths and weaknesses of the weapons. How could they be afraid? Also, before the military examination, how much effort did they spend to gather intelligence on the enemy commanders? They already did everything they could. When they realized that the weapons weren't good, they tried everything. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the generals of our great Tang imperial court for being too arrogant. Princess Jincheng consoled Zhu Zizan. Yes, if you want to blame someone, blame Zhang Shougui. Why did the vanguard charge so quickly? Weren't their supplies limited? If I were him, I would first think of a way to annihilate a portion of the enemy and then steal their weapons. Once I ran out of ammunition, I wouldn't be slaughtered by the enemy. Zhu Zizan slapped his thigh and loudly spoke, placing all the blame on Zhang Shougui. On the side, Li Longji pondered for a moment before speaking up for Zhang Shougui. You can't blame Zhang Shougui entirely. He believed that Huan would set up an array and wait for them, and then he would directly engage in a direct battle. Going to Mount Huangshan was also not wrong. If you want to talk about a mistake, it's that his opponent was Huan, and there's also Xiao Bao. His personality and fighting style have all been figured out. In truth, the battle had already begun a long time ago. It was just that the generals didn't realize it. They even spent other people's money, went to other people's restaurants to eat, and bought other people's things. Your Majesty's words are correct. Xiao Bao likes to first obtain information and then act. Unless there's a special emergency, Xiao Bao is very steady. Even now, Xiao Bao still has his own caravan trade with a small country in the southwest. He even has caravans that travel long distances to Duoshi. In order to get on good terms with the other side, he even sells important strategic resources, such as ironware, tea leaves, salt, and other things, including good medicines to treat diseases. His goal is not to get on good terms with the other side, but to gather information on the other side. For example, Your Majesty, if you look at Xiao Bao's account book, you will realize that if you factor in the cost of transportation and labor, sometimes the things he sells are basically capital. He has to bribe people, he has to bribe them, and he also has to spend money to put on the image of a good person for the local people. Every time a caravan makes a trip, not only does it not earn a single copper coin, it might even end up losing money. Gao Lisher recalled what his godson had said to him and brought it up for everyone to hear. Li Longji nodded again. Xiao Bao does indeed like to collect information, whether it's from other countries or from Great Tang. As long as it's information, even if it's just a little bit, that doesn't seem to be a problem, he will get it. Let's see how much information his logistics team can get this time. As he spoke, Li Longji's eyes once again looked at the sand table. Everyone else also looked at the sand table. In Wang Wan's room, Zhang Xiaobao also watched from the side. He did not return to his own place. He had already arranged everything that needed to be arranged. When the battle really started, he would wait for the news from the front line to come back and then analyze it. Then, he would send the order back and let his people do what they needed to do. He estimated that most of his people in the front line would be dead by now. It was his fault for not having a good communication system. Thus, when the battle started, what really mattered was the ability of the commanders of the various basic units on his side. Zhang Xiaobao himself was responsible for the major tactical and strategic arrangements. But because they weren't too far away and the enemy wouldn't be able to intercept all the messengers, Zhang Xiaobao was able to take a little longer to receive the information from the front line. Cuckoo, Highland 113 is still there, but Zhang Shougui has actually stopped there to build fortifications. It seems like he doesn't plan to attack. Shouldn't you move your main force a little? My logistics team has many soldiers, but they can't surround Zhang Shougui. After receiving the latest news, Zhang Xiaobao pointed at an area in front of the sand table where Zhang Shougui's forces were located. Let's wait a little longer. Once we've worn down Zhao Hanzhong enough, we'll have some free hands to deal with Zhang Shougui. This Zhang Shougui can be considered quite formidable. I originally planned to send him into the mountains of Huangshan so that he could spread the information. That way, we could launch a defensive counterattack strategy. Now, he's actually scared and is acting like a coward. This is a rare situation. I'm guessing that he already knows that I'm here. That's why when you're fighting Zhao Hanzhong, make your logistics team fight harder. It's best if Zhao Hanzhong can guess where your logistics team is and you, the commander, are also guarding this place. I'll send half of my main force, 30,000 people, to stealthily move. I'm waiting for the weather. In Huangshan, there's usually a lot of fog, but it's not coming out. Who threw the dice? What a scam. Wang Wan appeared to have nothing to do at the moment. Zhang Xiaobao's team was still fighting, so it was not yet time for her team to go up. Otherwise, if she really did go up, it would be easy for Zhang Shougue to immediately retreat. In any case, the pursuit was not as effective as the initial encirclement. Zhang Shougue's forces still had not lost their fighting strength, and their weapons were basically exhausted. If she gave chase now, the enemy would come out to stop her. Oh. Zhang Xiaobao replied, that's fine. I'll slowly grind him down. There's no rush. In any case, Zhao Hanzhong can't escape. Through his mouth, we can make Zhang Shougue make a mistake in his judgment. This will give Zhang Shougue some confidence so that he won't run too fast. Don't you think he's a fool? He dares to charge all the way at the vanguard. I hope that their middle army can learn from him and speed up their advance. It would be best if they reach the Yellow Mountain region. We'll fight here and eat up his middle army. Then, victory will be in sight. Then I'll go back and wait for a while. If Xiao Bei and the others send a message, you should receive it first. There's no need to rush to send it to me. I'll fight until I find a safe distance and meet up with Zhao Hanzhong. I'll scare him to death. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao ran out to make arrangements. He no longer needed to wait outside the door. This could be considered a privilege, and he could make up for the time he had spent giving Li Longji advice. Xiaobei's group, which his older brother and sister were worried about, had already arrived at Kaifeng. They were buying local goods, and if they were lucky enough, they could sell them in Jiangzhou and make a fortune. If they left Kaifeng, they would continue to travel along the waterway, following the Bian River to the Huai River and then into the canal. This way, they wouldn't have to go too far. The fleet was temporarily docked at Kaifeng's harbor. This place had always been well developed in terms of water transport. Besides Xiaobei's ship, there were also other ships coming and going. Most of them were cargo ships, but there were relatively few passenger ships. There were also small fishing boats moving back and forth on the river, occasionally casting a net. Sometimes, they would stop as a small merchant ship, leaning against the shore where the current was less turbulent and waiting for someone to call them. Kaifeng could be considered a large city. To the west was Luoyang, and a little further down was Chunlu. Besides trade, it was also strategically important, so it naturally had to have a garrison on guard at all times. It wasn't to guard against enemies from other countries, but to guard against rebellions within the Great Tang. Through this place, they would need to know what was going on. Because of his older brother's worries, when Xiao Bei arrived at Kaifeng, the garrison there was very nervous and immediately protected Xiao Bei and the others. There's no need to be like this. Right now, it's Kaifeng. You guys go about your own business. I want to see the fishing boat. It's really fun. It can even stop and entertain the people on the shore. Xiao Bei did not disembark. He stood on the deck of the ship. This place was much larger than other places, so he could make some barbecue or hot soup. Xiao Bei had 11 children, and his mouth had not been idle the entire time. If he were to weigh himself, he would have gained 2 caddies. Kaifeng's garrison used other ships to surround Xiao Bei's flagship. No other ships were allowed to approach. The local commander was surnamed Hu, called Hu Xiao. He was very worried that something might have happened to the Zhang and Wang family's ancestors in his territory. Let alone someone plotting against them. Even if they fell ill in the heavy rain 2 days ago, he would not be able to explain it to the world. So, Hu Xiao took a few people on boarded Xiaobei's ship. They closely followed Xiaobei's footsteps. Only Xiaobei liked to run around, so he took Panna with him. General Hu, you don't need to worry. I brought a lot of people. To be honest, when you came up, the people I brought had to be on guard against you. It's not that they don't trust you, but they must treat everyone as a threat. Put them back. Let the people by your side go back, you stay here by yourself. Wow, look at that little boat, that little fishing boat, they actually caught a big shrimp. It's 2 inches long. I want it, quickly go buy it, I'll cook it for Pan. Don't worry, Pan. While Xiaobei was talking to Hu Xiao, her eyes were always looking at a small fishing boat on the water. That fishing boat was next to a clump of grass on the shore. At the stern of the boat, there was a person fishing for shrimp. Xiaobei happened to see it. Her eyes were very sharp. Even though it was so far away, 2 boats away, and there was still some distance between them, she could still see the size of the shrimp. As she spoke, she had already arrived at the front of the ship. Hu Xiao was startled by Xiaobei's actions and quickly took off her outer clothes. Inside, she was wearing a short skirt. She was probably prepared to save someone if they fell into the water. Go, I'll buy that shrimp. No matter how much it costs, it looks good. It's a good shrimp. Xiaobei even stretched her neck to look. She saw that person put the shrimp he caught into a wooden basin on the boat. She smacked her lips and told someone to go buy it. The news spread to the other boats. Some people changed boats and headed towards the fishing boat. Hu Xiao moved closer to Xiaobei and looked at the water below the boat from time to time. The boat was so high that just looking at it made him feel dizzy. When the wind blew, his legs and stomach would cramp. He said to Xiaobei, "Patrol Envoy Zhang, stand next to me. I'll block the wind for you. Don't stand too far away. I'll be able to buy the shrimp soon. Don't worry." Oh. Xiaobei indifferently stepped back a little, giving Hu Xiao some face. Her eyes were still looking at the person fishing for the shrimp. At the same time, she muttered in confusion, "How much can he catch? Others fish at night, but he fishes during the day. Is the shrimp he sells enough for his living expenses? When I have time, I'll fish too. I'm not as stupid as him. I'll fish at night and see how much I can earn by selling the prawns I catch." General Hu, stop right there. Don't come near me. I can see that you can't even stand properly. If you accidentally fall, I'll have to save you. For my sake, you have to take care of yourself. I don't want to always jump from such a high place. After that, I have to take a shower and change clothes. It's a waste of my time. Xiaobei muttered and said a few words to Hu Xiao, who was about to come over. Hu Xiao was stunned and asked uncertainly, "Patrol Envoy Zhang, you know how to swim?" "No, I only know how to walk in the water. It's so tiring to swim." "Do you know the only difference between the water and the shore?" "It seems that you don't know either. That is, when you are walking on the shore, when you are tired, you can rest and stop. When you are tired in the water, you can continue to walk with the water and save your energy." Xiaobei winked at Hu Xiao and said, "Ah." Hu Chang replied in astonishment. Xiao Yuan, who was nearby, shouted to Hu Xiao, "Don't worry about Xiaobei. Let me tell you this. Everyone on this boat fell into the water. If only one person can survive, it will definitely be Xiaobei. You should stay away from Xiaobei. Otherwise, if you push her down, she'll get angry." Oh. Hu Xiao understood. He thought that he was a good swimmer, but he didn't expect that this little girl was so good. No wonder she wasn't afraid at all when standing at the bow of the boat. Even if she fell, she could still get back up, even if it was from such a high place. While they were talking, the people on the other side had already come into contact with the people on the fishing boat. However, from this side, it seemed that things weren't going well. It seemed that there was some kind of dispute. After waiting for a while, the two boats separated. The small boat that went to buy the shrimp turned back. The people on the boat made a helpless gesture and spread their hands, indicating that they didn't buy it. Ah! Not selling. I already said, no matter how much it costs, I bought it. I like that shrimp and want to give it to Pan Air. I'm not afraid of spending more money. People are fishing for shrimp in the middle of the day. If they don't sell it for a good price, how can they eat and wear clothes? Xiao Bei thought that the people she sent over didn't pay enough, so she was a little unhappy. Hu Xiao saw that his opportunity to show off had come. He glared at them and said, "Who is so bold? How dare they not give me face on the river in Kaifeng? I ruined his business. Someone come. Stop it. If you dare to ruin his business, I will arrest you. You are bullying people in front of me. Are you looking down on us?" Xiao Bei was unwilling. If she really let Hu Xiao use force, her reputation would be ruined. People would think that it was the result of her connivance. Only then did Hu Xiao react. Xiao Bei was a person who specialized in investigating officials, so he quickly explained, "That's not what I meant. I just asked someone to persuade the person who was fishing for the shrimp and to speak nicely. No need. I will remember this person. Later, I will ask someone to pay attention to him. If anything happens to him, I will look for you first. Don't say one thing in front of me and another behind my back. I have seen this too many times." Humph. Xiao Bei directed all her anger at not being able to buy the shrimp at Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao opened her mouth, but held back. She didn't want to explain. She thought that she would have to protect that person in the future. Otherwise, Xiao Bei's people would think that she was looking for trouble. When she looked at Xiao Bei again, Hu Xiao finally understood why the officials were afraid of them. Although she was small, she was very clever. She could guess anything and didn't give people a way out. The small boat that went past also slowly approached. A rope ladder went down. A person came up and said to Xiao Bei, "Little girl, that old man said he's not selling. No matter how much it costs, he's not selling. Oh, he wants to eat it himself. I thought he was a seller. Look at other fishing boats. When they catch a good fish, the people on the shore will just wave and shout for them to buy it. That boat, his family is really smart. They actually set up a stove on the boat and can start cooking immediately. When the people on the shore smell the fragrance, they can come up to the boat and eat fresh food while drinking and enjoying the scenery. It's really beautiful." When Xiao Bei heard that the other party was not selling, she thought that it was for the food. What she wanted was the feeling of fishing, not a source of income. This was what they meant by saying that it was difficult to buy her with money unless she used force and took out money to hire people to rob her. But Xiao Bei couldn't do such a thing. When he heard that it wasn't for sale, he turned his attention to other boats and learned to quickly forget about the shrimp. He wasn't like other children who couldn't get what they wanted if they couldn't get it. Xiao Yuan overheard and asked the person who just passed by, "Did you mention who we are?" "No. You usually don't allow me to mention it, right?" The person replied. "Then you go again. Tell that old man that Xiao Bei wants to eat that prawn. Ask him if he's willing to sell it," Xiao Yuan instructed. The person really went down. The people on the boat watched to see what the outcome would be. This time, it was indeed different. The old man said a few words to the person who went over, then raised his head and looked in their direction. Then, he nodded to the person who went over and said a few more words. The person who went over showed a troubled expression and finally came back empty-handed. Xiao Yuan, it seems that our reputation is not useful. The old man isn't selling. Xiao Bei was really disappointed this time. She didn't care that she couldn't buy anything with money, but she cared a lot about the power of her reputation. In the past, no matter where she was, even in the palace, once her name was announced, she would be treated differently. When she was outside, it was even more so. If she said that she was Xiao Bei, she wouldn't have to pay for anything. She would have to accept anything that she liked. Although the value of the gift was higher than what she had bought, she was in a good mood. Why didn't it work today? Xiao Bei was very regretful. Xiao Yuan's expression was not good either. Hu Ming was even angrier. He hated that old man. Xiao Bei had already revealed her identity, but he still didn't give her face. Why was it so difficult for such a cute girl to eat your shrimp? The person who went came back and climbed up. Without waiting for others to ask, he quickly said, "That old man said that he could give it to you for free. However, he had conditions. I didn't dare to make the decision, so I left it at that. He said that he could give it to you." That's good. What are the conditions? Xiao Bei was happy when she heard that the other party was willing to give it to her. She could eat all of them. He said that he caught quite a few shrimps and gave one away. As for the other shrimps, he asked if I wanted to exchange. I said that I only wanted one, but he said no. He could only give one away, but the condition was that the other shrimps had to be exchanged. The person who came back had a helpless look. It was probably his first time meeting such a person. When he didn't hear the name of Xiao Bei and the others, he directly refused. Now that he heard it, he had conditions. Xiao Bei was also surprised. Exchange. Exchange. What does he want to exchange for? It can't be gold, right? That would be too tacky. No, he wants to exchange for a poem. A poem for each shrimps. That means that if you eat his shrimps, you have to compose a poem for him. The person explained to Xiao Bei with a confused look. Ah. You can play like that. Poem. What's a poem? Little Yuan, it's up to you. I don't have to eat his shrimps. I just feel that he isn't very spirited. We can't let him look down on us, right? When Xiao Bei heard that it was a poem, his eyes immediately froze. He could only ask Little Yuan for advice. Little Yuan didn't care, but she wasn't happy. She said, "You can give him the poem, but his price is too high. What kind of shrimps are worth a poem? Is my poem that worthless? Go down and bargain with him. A poem costs 10 shrimps. If you can recite 3 shrimps, it'll be considered a success. Go on." The person went down again. Thankfully, the person running the errands was usually trained. Otherwise, he would have fallen down after a few rounds and had to be rescued. Patrolling Inspector Zhang, I have an idea. What do you think? Hu Qiao felt uncomfortable when he heard that. That old man was a bully. Hence, he said to Xiao Bei. What's the idea? Xiao Bei turned his head and asked. Isn't it just a poem? We can spend money to buy a poem. With a shout, a poem, regardless of whether it's good or bad, we can buy it for 10 copper coins. This old man just wants to show how different he is. He doesn't need money to appear elegant. Let's not give him the chance and use the poem we bought to deal with him. In that case, on the surface, it looks like he is exchanging the poem, but in fact, won't it still smell like money? Right? We can eat the shrimps and humiliate the old man. What do you think? Hu Qiao said his idea with a look as though he wanted to claim credit. Xiao Bei immediately turned his head back and didn't look at Hu Qiao. He acted as though he was very angry. Little Yuan said by the side, "Then why don't I just let my inner courtyard find a group of people and let each of them sing a poem? I don't need to give the inner courtyard any benefits. Wouldn't it be cheaper if we calculate according to the cost? The old grandpa isn't doing it for the poem, he just wants to play with us. He probably wants to see what we look like. He has never seen us before, but has always heard of us. Now that there's a chance, he wants to meet us. It's not like we can't meet him, right, Xiaobei?" At this moment, little Yuan understood. After some consideration, he felt that his poem wasn't for sale. He felt a lot better. "That's right. Wait for him to come over. I'll discuss with him and say if singing a song will work. I reckon it will work." Xiaobei went along with little Yuan's words and said. Hu Qiao was touched and helpless when he heard that. He sighed and said, "Xiaobei, little Yuan, the both of you are too kind. It's easy for you to be bullied and cheated." That's right, that's right. I'm that kind. Sometimes, I wonder why I'm so kind. Later on, I figured it out. It's because I have a benevolent heart. Xiaobei puffed out her chest and patted her chest with her small hand. Little Yuan and the inner courtyard members of the nearby Zhang Wang family turned their heads at the same time. They didn't look at Xiaobei. They knew very well whether she was kind or not. They also felt sorry for Hu Qiao. Little Yuan wanted to tell Hu Qiao that he hadn't seen Xiaobei when she was ruthless. If she attacked someone, it would mean that he was too kind or a fool if he could see the slightest bit of kindness in her. While they were talking, the old man's boat approached. There was also a person who was in charge of rowing the boat. The old man didn't request for anyone to go down to fetch him. He casually climbed up and was in good health. The moment he appeared, he stopped and sized them up. When he saw Xiaobei in company, he smiled. "You've grown so big." "Good, good. How many years has it been?" "Sigh. Eat some prawns." Chapter 10:25. Xiaobei and the others came over to see what the old man looked like. They didn't expect him to have such a personality, but when they heard the old man's words, they all looked at each other. Xiaobei walked forward and pulled on the old man's arm. He asked curiously, "Grandpa, do you know us?" "I don't know you. I've heard of you, but I've never seen you before. I've seen Xiaobao once, and I've also seen your sister Cuckoo once, far away. At that time, the two of them were as cute as you." The old man's eyes were red. As he spoke, it seemed like he was reminiscing. "Is that so? I look as good as my brother and sister?" Xiaobei heard the praise and twisted his body in embarrassment. Yes, cute. Our family Xiaobei is the cutest. If anyone says otherwise, this old man will fight them to the death. Do you want to eat shrimp? Come, look. I've been fishing for 3 days. I caught them in the cool grass during the day. I've been raising them. Finally, you're here." As the old man spoke, he patted Xiaobei's head. Then he took the wooden basin that someone brought up and pushed it in front of Xiaobei. Xiaobei wasn't stupid. When he heard the old man's words, he felt like something was wrong. Just now, he said he wasn't selling, and now he said he wanted to exchange it for a poem. Why did his attitude suddenly change? So he said, "Grandpa, should we eat first, or write a poem first? Let's make a deal. I don't know how to write, so Xiao Yuan will write. Xiao Yuan will do it alone, so it'll count as everyone's share. I can only tell you stories and sing songs. Let's agree on how many shrimp for a poem." The old man's eyes narrowed as he smiled. He nodded and said, any amount is fine. Let's eat first and talk while eating. Compose a poem and tell a story. This is His Majesty's Princess, Pan, right? The old man saw Pan again. Pan had been brought up by Xiao Bei and was no longer afraid of strangers. In the past, she always liked to hide behind people and poke her head out to look at people. Now, she stood there openly and looked up curiously at the new old man. Xiao Bei didn't know why, but when he saw this old man, he felt very close. He didn't need anyone to protect or search him, and he knew that this old man had no ill intentions. It was very mysterious. So, he took the initiative to pull on the old man's clothes and lead him to the place where the tableware was placed. The old man followed, and he even had to match Xiao Bei's pace. When they arrived, Xiao Bei introduced them. Grandpa, this is Jun, Uncle Emperor's son. He's the youngest and was born on the same day as Pan, Jun, come, say hello. Xiao Bei said to Li Jun. Li Jun looked at the old man. Wei Wei bowed and said, Junior greets the elder. Okay, but you can't do that. This is Lil Wang, Lil Bei, and Lil Hai. Come over here and try the prawns. The old man was holding the basin in his hand, so he couldn't help but bend over and turn to look at Lil Hai. The group of children gathered around the tableware. Hu Xiao looked very nervous. He looked at the prawns in the basin and thought that they were poisonous. He glanced at the old man from time to time and then looked back at the prawns. He deliberately let the old man see his attitude. Seeing the old man pretending not to know, he said, This official is Hu Xiao, a military officer in Kaifeng. May I ask where you are from? Oh, hello, General. This old man should be considered as a citizen of the capital. I didn't stay in the capital before. At that time, the emperor was not the emperor. Now, this old man has no home. Wherever the main family goes, I will follow. Wherever is good, that is where my home is. A few days ago, Kaifeng was my home. Now that I'm on the ship, this ship is my home, okay, Xiao Bei. The old man didn't seem to care about Hu Xiao's identity at all. He was very calm and asked Xiao Bei who was next to him. Xiao Bei nodded, okay, our ship is very big. There is a vacant house. Grandpa, if you want to live there, you can live there. But what about your ship? And the person who rowed the ship for you, carry him to the big ship. It takes up too much space. My family has a special boat. It doesn't matter. Let him go back and tell the master that I am accompanying our family's little ancestor, Xiao Bei and Xiao Hai. The master will naturally be relieved when he hears this. The old man waved his hand casually, but his eyes swept over the deck. He seemed to be looking for someone, but he didn't see anyone. He looked a little regretful. When he turned back and saw Xiao Bei and Xiao Hai, he became happy again. Xiao Bei gave a look to the person next to him. That person immediately went to inform the person who rowed the ship for the old man. Of course, they also had to send someone to secretly follow the old man. Otherwise, they would be too unqualified. Eat. The old man showed a kind smile on his face and pointed to the big prawns in the basin. They are all alive. It's not easy to fish for prawns. You have to find the right place to fish for prawns. Some prawns don't have any meat in spring. They are all shells. Some have more meat. In fact, my fishing ability is the best. I am not worse than your brother Xiao Bao. Let's go, I will fish for you to eat. As long as there is a river, no matter how clever the fish is, I will catch it for you, okay? Okay, Grandpa, you are really amazing. Then do you know where we are going? Will you follow us all the way? Xiao Bei understood the meaning behind the old man's words. He wanted to follow the ship, and he wanted to fish for him all the way. That was strange. Who was the other party? He didn't feel like he was willing to follow him because of his identity. I know. You are going to Jiang District, which is Pengxian Lake. There are many fish, prawns, and crabs there. There are also other shellfish in the river, water birds, and so on. When you arrive, there will be some people waiting there. When the time comes, let them come up. With my old arms and legs, it will be easy for me to fall into the lake. Let them protect me. Don't worry. They will be as loyal to you as your family's protection team is. This time, the old man said more. When the 9 children heard this, they understood. The old man's identity was not ordinary, and he seemed to want to protect them. They understood, but at the same time, they were puzzled. They looked at each other and shook their heads. They couldn't guess the old man's identity. Little Hai looked at the old man and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he did not directly ask about the old man's identity. Since the old man did not say anything, he would just pretend that he did not care. Instead, he was interested in the old man's words. He asked, "Grandpa, can you tell me how you know we're going to Jiang District?" "We didn't tell anyone." This was what Little Hai was worried about. Since the others knew, what was the use of him waiting for them? They had already prepared everything that needed to be prepared, so it would be troublesome to investigate again. The old man smiled mysteriously at Little Hai and said, "Don't worry. We know the way, but the others don't. If you go, the people of Jiang District won't be on guard unless someone leaks the secret." The old man looked at Hu Shao. Hu Shao was depressed. He was still on guard against the old man earlier, but now, he was the one who had to be on guard. He was so angry that he could not help but say, "You old man, if you didn't tell me, how would I know? I only know that Lil Bei and the others are passing by. As for where they are going, I don't know. I thought they were going to Luzhou. Now that you mention it, I know that they are going to Jiang District. Someone there is going to be in trouble. How about this? I won't go down. I'll go with the ship. Give me a place to eat and sleep." The old man smiled and nodded. "I think so. It said that you, Adjunct 2, have a good aim. Within 300 meters, you can shoot wherever you point. None of your shots missed. With you around, we'll have more protection. Lil Bei, can you give me some face? You're not considered to be absent. We'll temporarily lend you to us. Grandpa, you're really good. You know that he has a good aim. Come, let's cook the prawns. Light the fire first, boil the water, and put a little salt in the pot. It's not salty. Pan doesn't like it." Lil Bei did not care if there was one more person or one less. After all, the more people there were, the merrier. She did not know that the fleet in Jili province had departed. She was traveling at the fastest speed to the estuary of the Yangtze River along the coast. When she arrived at the Yangtze River, she would be able to reach Jiang District ahead of time. She did not know that her own fleet and trackers were moving toward Jiang District. Shu Province's soldiers were gathering at the Iron Chain Bridge. Her explanation was that it was a drill. Ships were joining them from time to time along the way. They were all people from the Zhang family and Wang family. There were also hot air balloons from nearby tourist attractions such as Hangzhou. They said that this was a drill for long-distance tourism. While the others were busy lighting the fire and boiling the water, Lil Bei was talking to the old man. "Grandpa, do you know where my things are? Tell me, do you think it's easy for me to sell a doll? They bullied me. Although they might not know that the doll is mine, it's wrong to bully a doll, right?" "Yes, it's wrong to bully Lil Bei. Even if they don't know about this, they deserve to die if they make our Lil Bei unhappy. The old man agreed with Lil Bei. Ha! Deserve to die. Lil Bei was shocked. It's not that bad. If they are guilty, let's talk about them being guilty. If they are not guilty, why should they take their lives? We have to be reasonable. I just want to go and take a look. I suspect that there's something wrong with the officials there. Before we have evidence, we can't convict them. Yes, yes. Lil Bei is right. We can't arrest them first. If we do, we will convict them immediately. Our Lil Bei is the best. Be reasonable. No other doll can compare to our Lil Bei. The old man continued to agree. It seemed that whatever Lil Bei said was right. Xiao Bei, on the other hand, was at a loss for what to do with the old man. He wondered in his heart, what's wrong with this old man? It's just like my brother and sister. Whenever I say something, my brother and sister always agree. But if I say something wrong, my brother will tell me a story when he agrees. The more I listen, the more I know I was wrong. Could this old man be like my brother and tell interesting stories? While Lil Bei was thinking, the water boiled. Lil Bei stretched out his hands to catch the prawns. He was very nimble. No matter how the prawns jumped, Lil Bei could always catch them and throw them into the pot. You still want to hide? Let's not talk about you being in the pot. I can catch you even if you are in the river. Do you believe me? Lil Bei competed with the prawns as he mumbled. The prawns didn't say a word, but the old man said, I believe you. Our Lil Bei can even catch fish in the yellow river with his bare hands, much less pinch a prawn. That's true. Lil Bei wasn't modest at all. He threw another prawn into the pot. The prawn that entered first rolled a few times and turned from white and translucent to red. It was ready to be eaten. It's ready to be eaten. I'll eat first. Lil Bei scooped up the prawn and wanted to eat it. Hu Xiao hurriedly said, Patroller Zhang, I like to eat prawns too. Can you let me eat first? I've been waiting for a long time. The old man said unhappily, I'll eat first. Just as Lil Bei was about to say something, a voice came from behind. Chapter 1026. After all, Xiao Bei was still a child. When she heard that she could go to a place with many people, she was very happy. But she suddenly remembered that she had never been to her grandfather's house. What if they didn't like her? Thinking of this, Xiao Bei looked up and asked Mr. Wang, Grandpa Fish, do you think we will be bullied in Hangzhou? Who dares to bully our Xiao Bei? Master can't even wait to see you at home. Your eldest uncle is also disappointing. He married 3 wives and gave birth to 5 children, but none of them are capable. It's fine if they're not boys, but they're not as smart as you, not even a little bit. They either throw tantrums or run around all day long. No matter how many times they are beaten, they still don't remember. When there are people around, they bully people when they go out to buy things. When there is no one around, they don't even greet strangers. Unlike our Xiao Bei, who can go out and be an official by herself. Back then, our family sent a few people to Sanshui County. Later, all the servants of that family were driven out of the house. The more the old man looked at Xiao Bei, the more he liked her. Although she was young, she was sensible and had a sweet mouth. When she smiled, 2 dimples appeared. Her big eyes were like her mother, Xiao, and seemed to be able to speak. Xiao Bei, however, spoke up for her sisters whom she had never met before. It's wrong to hit a child. If you can't do it well, you can teach me, right? Yes, you can teach me. It's wrong to hit a child, especially one like our Xiao Bei. Not to mention hitting her, even a glare is a crime. Go back and tell master that you are not allowed to hit her in the future. The old man continued to follow Xiao Bei's words. I wasn't beaten out of the house. My brother never hit me, nor did he let others hit me. He said that only incompetent adults hit children. Is it true that no one bullied me? I'm not familiar with this place. Xiao Bei asked again. The old man was not angry. He still had a smile on his face. Xiao Bei is an official, a third-ranked official. It's a big crime to hit an official. Not to mention ordinary people. Has His Majesty ever hit you? If His Majesty even touched you, your brother Xiao Bao would fight His Majesty to the death. No, he won't. Uncle Emperor is the best. When my family sent a chair to Uncle Emperor always asked my family to make it bigger so that I could squeeze in the seat beside him. My brother is also reasonable. Xiao Bei continued to maintain its kind nature. Little Yuan said from the side, that's because we haven't been bullied. Otherwise, brother and sister would have killed them. Look at this time. We came out with more than 1,500 people. Brother is worried that we will be bullied outside, 1,500. That. When the old man heard this, he knew that something was wrong. The information he received was definitely not 1,500 people. Even if there were 15,000 people, it was still more than that. Xiao Bao had put on the posture of an army at the city gate. Something had been happening there recently. The old man didn't say it out loud. Instead, he looked at Wang Qiaoer. He didn't believe that the most beloved princess in his family wouldn't know. Wei Wei of the Jiang Wang clan smiled and said, I didn't tell Xiao Bei and the others. Since I mentioned it today, there's no harm in telling them. Xiao Bei, your brother and sister have sent out the fleet of Geely State. When the time comes, they will stop in the middle of the lake. If you guys are in any danger, get into position and attack. Your aunt and I have your younger brother or sister, so we won't accompany you to avoid being frightened. You have to be careful. Actually, it's not a big deal. You've been used to running around since you were young. No matter how dangerous it is now, it's not as scary as when we were young. If we can really fight in Jiang province, you guys can also learn from it. Xiao Bei and the 9 children were stunned when they heard that. They thought that the officials of Jiang province would be like mice that saw a cat when they went over to deal with them. They did not expect that their brother and sister would transfer the fleet over. The 9 children knew very well that the Tang dynasty's fleet was actually dominated by their family. The number of ships in their family accounted for more than 80% of the Tang dynasty's fleet. The fleet of Geely State was the most powerful. It was only stronger than Lu Zhou because it had to suppress Axian Luo and Japan. The ships were large, there were many of them, they were fast, had a long range, and the quality of the personnel was high. The overall cooperation was good. When all 60 ships came over, they were like mountains, forming a majestic formation. Xiao Bei swallowed his saliva and looked nervous. He said, Are we going to war? I haven't learned how to command yet. You only know how to scare me with tripping ropes. Do you think our family lacks battle commanders? And, when we were young, did we encounter more powerful enemies? Xiao Yuan asked a key question. Jiang Wang clan glanced at Hu Xiao hesitantly. Hu Xiao suddenly shuddered. He gritted his teeth and took the initiative to say to Xiao Yuan and the others, in the past, your family was powerful, but you could only stay in Sanshui County. At that time, the people of Sanshui County did not support you as much as they do now. Besides, Huayuan County had some foundation. There was no other place. At that time, Lu Zhou did not have many people. He wanted to support you, but he did not have the strength. At that time, it was not too difficult for someone to deal with your family. Fortunately, there was the Minister of Revenue and the little prince to protect your family. Your brother and sister were dancing on the tip of a knife. Every time they made a choice, they had to satisfy others. Otherwise, they would be doomed. Then, your brother and sister began to use the power of others to fight against others. Little by little, you achieved your family's current status. There are elite troops in the north, south, east, and west of the Tang dynasty that are loyal to your family. The business in the Two Rivers area, the Great Tang Bank, and the military industry are all in your hands. Otherwise, why are you so carefree? How can you become a third-grade official at such a young age? Is that so? Xiao Hai understood. His logical thinking ability was very strong, and his ability to understand abstract things was not weak. After hearing Hu Zhao's words, he understood why his family had been cultivating all kinds of talents since many years ago. Political, military, economic, public relations, and technical. Everything was to form enough strength to compete with any force. Xiao Bei blinked and said, I was wondering why it was so easy for me to ask Uncle Emperor to become a 7th-grade official with real power. It turns out that it is not only because I am cute. Being cute can only make others like me, not respect me. Just like what Grandpa Fish said, the servant who disrespected my family in the past was driven out with his whole family. Alas, it's so annoying. The brothers and sisters in Old Willow Village are better. Hearing Xiaobei's words, the old man from the Wang family sighed and said, This is human nature. If your father didn't get the first place in the state's provincial examination, his family wouldn't have sent people. If he didn't get the top scorer, his family wouldn't have paid attention to him. It's true. When you were born, your family was already very rich. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo made a lot of arrangements in advance in order to wait for you to be born. The cesarean section in the hospital was actually prepared for you, but it was useless in the end. The two of them led the doctors to secretly dig people's graves and cut people's bodies with knives. It is said that on the day you were born, the whole Luzhou was filled with a tense atmosphere. The people in Luzhou said that at that time, they felt that if anything happened to you, the whole sky would collapse. So, Xiao Bei, don't always think that everyone is only interested in you. There is also light in the dark. Xiao Bei lowered his head and thought for a moment. When he raised his head again, he had regained his cheerful appearance. He said to the old man, Grandpa Fish, no wonder Mother is close to you. You are the best servant. Apart from my family in the inner court, no one will say this to me, but Grandpa Fish, you said it. I know, we have our own house, we can walk on the road, we can float on the water. I also have a big pearl that can be used as a ball. If you give me one now, I can't bear to throw it to the ground, but I can throw it to Pan. Mother, when we see Grandpa, don't mention the past. It's all in the past. When you hurt others, unless you are happy, it's better to forget it. Zhang Wang Clan smiled, bent down, and kissed Xiaobei's face hard. She said, if you are a little smarter, you will catch up to your brother and sister. Ha! I'm not smart enough. Xiaobei pretended to be dissatisfied. If you are smart, you won't say everything. You haven't seen what your brother and sister were like when they were young. When someone tried to play tricks in front of them, a smile from them was enough to make them feel ashamed, but the words they said gave them a way out. Zhang Wang Clan's smile became even brighter. Okay, I understand. I still have to work hard. That's why my family's little bridge isn't easy to cross, right? It was actually used as a tool for swearing. I have to take their money. As Xiaobei spoke, his hands had already peeled off the shell of a prawn. He tiptoed to feed his mother. It didn't matter who ate the first one, it wasn't poisonous. Hu Xiao followed up and said, yes, your family's Sanshui County's bridge to Zhuangzi is even scarier than the Bridge of Helplessness. The Bridge of Helplessness is nothing more than death, but your family's bridge is one step into heaven and one step into hell. Standing here, every step you take is like stepping on the bottom of your heart. Step by step, after a few dozen steps, many people feel like they have walked through the past. The older a person is, the slower they walk, but the younger a child can directly run over. Life is so helpless, who can have a clear conscience? Who can be proud and have regrets? Hu Xiao said this because he had also walked past that bridge. It was a very ordinary stone bridge without any unnecessary decorations. It was too far away from being gorgeous, and it was also not close to being graceful. But for some reason, when he thought of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, his heart tightened. He had seen with his own eyes that someone had fainted on the bridge and was carried away by the doctor who was guarding there for treatment. When he really finished the entire journey and arrived at Zhuangzi, he felt very comfortable standing there. There was no love, no hate, no regrets, because this was life. Since there was no turning back, he would resolutely continue on. It wasn't heaven, nor was it hell. It was the human world. His heart recalled the past. He was guilty. Who hadn't done something wrong? However, the world was so big. How many people could judge him? This was also why Xiaobei's 9-member inspection team was feared by the officials. It was because they were qualified to judge the officials and ask if the officials were guilty. Oh. I understand. In the future, when I catch an official, I'll tell him, if you're not guilty, take 2 steps, right? You're actually quite a good person. You joined the army, right? What's the rank of Kaifeng's army? Xiao Yuan. Xiao Bei liked to hear this kind of words the most. Even if he didn't quite understand sometimes, he could turn back and slowly think about it. If he really couldn't, he could ask his brother and sister. Then, he would have a story to listen to. Kaifeng's army is rank 5, lower rank 5. But the army here has a lot of real power. It's more important than an ordinary province's army. Xiao Yuan also had to help Xiaobei remember a lot of things. It was like a dictionary. Oh, it could also be called area. Lower rank 5. Rank 5 is a little small. Do you want to be promoted? I can promote you to rank 4 and let you rule the Hunan circuit. No, Hunan circuit is too big. If you really control the military power of the entire Hunan circuit, won't you become a provincial governor? Where does Hunan circuit have a provincial governor? Last time, Uncle Emperor told me to arrange positions for people. Look at the place and position, and don't ask for it blindly. How about this? I'll give you the navy of all the rivers connected to Bianzhou, all the way to the Yellow River or the Yangtze River, okay? You'll be the commander-in-chief of the land and water. You can say rank 4 or rank 3. Do you want it? Xiao Bei was going to give someone else an official position again. After he finished speaking, he looked at Hu Qiao expectantly. Hu Qiao looked excited at first, but then he shook his head and said, no, I don't know how to fight in water. Although I'm good at swimming, it's not that I'm selfless, but I'm afraid of being killed. I believe that if you want to command the navy, His Majesty will agree. But one day, when you need me to mobilize the navy, I can't command it well. If I shirk the responsibility and say that my subordinates are disobedient and stupid, will you agree? No, I'm not stupid. It's your problem if your subordinates are disobedient. If you don't use them well, the first one to deal with will be you. If your subordinates are exiled, you will be beheaded. Xiao Bei gave a definite answer. That's right. I don't want to die yet. Hu Qiao looked like he was an honest person. Xiao Bei nodded. Oh. That's right. If I give you the navy now, I'll be harming you. If I don't give it to you, I'll feel that it's a waste of talent. Xiaoyuan, what do you think we should do? I really owe you. You thought about it yourself and then asked me. If he doesn't know, let him learn. After he learns, he will know. Xiaoyuan had just peeled a prawn and took a small bite. He felt that it was bland and was looking for someone to get salt and pepper. Yes, yes, yes. Learn. We can learn. So, Sir Hu, follow the ship and learn from the commander on the ship. Don't think that we're a merchant fleet. Even if the fleet from Jili province attacks us, my current team can still fight to the death with them. Who said that merchant ships can't be armed? Who said that merchant ships have to be slow? Right? Follow and learn along the way. After you learn well, I'll recommend you to my sister's military school. It's okay if you resign from your current position, okay? Xiao Bei stomped the deck and asked for Hu Qiao's opinion. Hu Qiao was trembling all over. He finally understood why he was able to protect Xiao Bei and his team and why so many people were looking at him with jealousy. This was an opportunity to reach the heavens in one step. As long as you were capable, or had strong commanding skills, or were serious in your work, even if you couldn't do it, as long as you were honest, you had a high chance of seizing this opportunity. If you missed it, then don't blame the heavens and accuse others. The excited Hu Qiao looked at the Jiang Wang clan. However, the Jiang Wang clan turned her head away. It wasn't that she couldn't make the decision, but that she didn't want to. The old man from the Wang family said to Hu Qiao, Sir Hu, the person who will give you an official position is our Xiao Bei, not Qiao. I'm willing. I'll learn. I'm still young. When you want it to open, it will open with a pull. When you don't want it to open, the cargo will not move with the ship. When you stand on the deck, the wind will not sway you, and the waves will not hit you. As such, you are qualified to move on to the next lesson. When the person spoke, he was also very serious and unreasonable. Okay, I'll do it, Hu Qiao said indignantly. He didn't believe that he couldn't do such a small thing well. Report, good news. Little master, little miss, good news. In the hibiscus garden, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were eating lunch boxes when a person suddenly ran in and shouted loudly. Zhang Xiaobao put down his chopsticks and said to the person, It seems that you are full. You are very confident. Speak, I will eat after you finish. Report, I haven't eaten yet. I am hungry. I will eat later. I have good news. The ladies are pregnant again and are preparing to go to Hangzhou to recuperate. Hangzhou Wang family. The person didn't care about Zhang Xiaobao's attitude at all and said with a smile. With a clatter, Zhang Xiaobao's chopsticks fell on the small table and stared at the person. Wang Wan also stopped eating and opened her mouth slightly. Because the two of them heard clearly that the ladies were not the same person. Cuckoo, isn't this too much of a coincidence? Why are you together again? Zhang Xiaobao asked Wang Wan. As the saying goes, I can't make a book out of coincidences. The question is, why did we only find out now? Wang Wan was more concerned about this. Because, when we go out, we are afraid of our mothers. We are going to have a younger brother or sister again. I guess we will have to start from the beginning again. Do you think it is a good thing, or a good thing? Zhang Xiaobao thought of the scene of a large group of children running around. It is a good thing. Xiaobei's agarwood house can be used. Wang Wan gave a definite answer. Chapter 1027. Zhang Xiaobao smiled so widely that his eyes narrowed into slits. He liked having more brothers and sisters, the more the merrier. He was just like other families. It wasn't just the aristocratic families who wanted to have more children. As long as they could make ends meet, ordinary families were also willing to have more children. Once they were in their teens, they would be a good source of labor. This was especially so for boys. They could help the family do a lot of chores. By raising more children, they would have someone to take care of them when they were old. Li Longji, who had been paying attention to the Zhang family and Wang family, quickly received the news. He threw away the two memorials regarding the flood control of the Yangtze River and Yellow River. He rushed over to Wang Wan's headquarters and congratulated her. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, congratulations. How many children are there this time? The more, the better. 8 or 10 isn't too much. 5 or 6 isn't too much either. Why don't you say thousands or tens of thousands, like fishes? Why do you have to say pigs? You're congratulating the wrong person. This has nothing to do with us. You should be congratulating my father and father-in-law. Zhang Xiaobao was very dissatisfied with this number. Even though it was theoretically possible to have 8 or 10 children, it was still a multiple birth. Li Longji didn't think much of it. I'm not scolding anyone. I'll talk to your father and father-in-law when I'm free. Xiao Bao, I have an idea. Zhang Xiaobao didn't reply. He guessed that Li Longji couldn't come up with a good idea. Wang Wan continued to look at the map. It was a military map of Hangzhou that had been enlarged many times. It wasn't to prepare for the military sand table. It was to set up sufficient defenses around the area to ward off wind, moisture, mosquitoes, enemies, and loneliness. As long as there was a threat that had the slightest negative effect on pregnant women, it would be blocked outside. Li Longji was very depressed. In the entire Great Tang, only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan dared to ignore him. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Xiaobao should have replied with a, "What's your idea?" This is what this emperor is thinking. This emperor will ask the two madams to help spread the knowledge of conservation. This emperor will also give a push to encourage the people of the Great Tang to have more children. This emperor has asked around. There are some places that are poor, the entire region is poor. If they give birth to a boy, they will keep it, and if they give birth to a girl, they will throw her away. Sometimes, I wonder how many Xiaobei they have thrown away. Girls are also people. If the Great Tang is really full of men, then wouldn't it be over? Hurry up and perfect your plan to subsidize childbirth, and then immediately spread it throughout the Great Tang. Li Longji suggested such a method. This time, Zhang Xiaobao reacted. He shook his head vigorously. I can't control my mother. You can talk to my mother. She agreed. That's her own business. I can help. However, I have to say in advance that I will be helping you with your matters. Advertising, as well as interacting with the people on the streets to talk about the policy, all of these will cost money. The guards will cost money. Organizing the venue and distributing maternity products to pregnant women will also cost money. This money. Xiao Bao, you're right. I'll have to trouble your family again. This emperor will remember this in my heart and will definitely repay you. When Li Longji heard that it was about money, he immediately followed up on Zhang Xiaobao's words. It was impossible for him to fork out the money. Zhang Xiaobao took a look. Seeing that it was indeed the case, he agreed. All right, my family will fork out the money. I will need to borrow the resources of the local government to help organize the event. I will also need to fork out a portion of the money to send gifts to the pregnant women in the area. As for the advertising fee, it will belong to the local government. You can advertise such a thing. Xiao Bei and the others have already gone to the local government. Is there a need to tell me? Li Longji did not know who would advertise, and he also did not know what gifts would be sent. Xiao Bei and the others have the power to monitor, arrest, and convict people, but they do not have the power to order people around. Naturally, there will be advertisements. Dei Hospital's local medicine is free of charge, but the ribs, fish, vegetables, and diapers for the children have to be bought. The businesses involved can advertise their products' quality and price advantages. The most difficult thing is to change people's views. Otherwise, it will be very harmful to the pregnant women's health. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly remembered this matter. It was very serious. Not to mention now, even when he and Wang Wan were together, there were also some people who kept the tradition. In the end, there were complications such as diabetes, heart disease, high blood pressure, gynecological diseases, etc. Li Longji realized that he had encountered a problem in this field that he was not clear about. Like a student, he sat up straight and asked, "Indeed, there should be businessmen who advertise. I saw that Xiao Bei and the others use something that looked like underwear. It was made of paper. Even the children can use it." Wang Wan put down the map at this time. Xiao Bei and the others only started using it after they were 2 years old. Paper diapers are not for them to use casually. Also, the purpose of giving it to Xiao Bei and the others was not to let them pee casually. It is to keep them warm, and when the air is humid, bacteria will come into direct contact with their bodies. They only use it once every 2 hours. Can ordinary people afford to use it? We can't give it to them even if we give it to them. Now that there is a lot of cotton, we need to use pure cotton diapers and wash them frequently. This way, the children will not get rashes easily. The most important thing is not this. It is the diet and hygiene during pregnancy and confinement. Now that the medical school's research is out, we can't stick to the previous methods. When Wang Wan talked about this, she seemed very helpless. Li Longji really did not know much about this kind of thing. He was only in charge of making people pregnant, but he was not in charge of taking care of and delivering the child. The only thing he could do was to think of ways to get what the woman he liked to eat when she was pregnant. If she liked to watch a play, he would get someone to act. If she wanted to hear him play the drums, he would play the karma drum. As for the pregnant woman's body, he did not care. Now that he heard what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said, it seemed that there was a lot to know about pregnancy. He asked, for example, "Madam, I will talk to His Majesty. You can continue looking at the map." Zhang Xiaobao continued and said to Li Longji, "For example, there is a tradition in many places. It is called a custom. When a woman is pregnant, she has to raise chickens. When she needs them, she will eat eggs and chicken. This is not wrong. It ensures nutrition because cows and sheep are too expensive, not to mention deer. In the past, the cost of raising pigs was not low. They only knew how to feed pigs with grass and food, but they did not know how to rear pigs. In the end, they gave pregnant women and confinement women chicken, eggs, and millet to their heart's content. Then they fell sick. Usually, they can't eat so much. Meat is too big, so they eat it all at once. The thin ones become fat, and the fat ones become fatter. What's wrong with that? Children need to drink milk. Women need to eat more to get milk. Li Longji understood this. Yes, nutrition needs to follow, but who said that nutrition is meat? If you eat well when you are pregnant, the child will grow up, and it will not be troublesome to give birth. Now, there is the technology to perform a cesarean, but who is willing to always perform a cesarean? Look at how the dishes sent to you by Savant's restaurant are usually matched. Isn't it to let you have a balanced diet and live a few more years? Look at how I make meat for Xiao Bei and the rest. It's not that my family can't afford it, but I can't let them eat it. Sometimes, I have to make some wild vegetables for them to dip in sauce. For every type of food, cuckoo, and I have to tell Xiaobei and the rest a story so that they won't be biased. It's the same for pregnant women. Eating too much meat is not good for the body. Zhang Xiaobao gave an example of Xiaobei and the rest, as well as the food that Savant's restaurant matched for Li Longji and the people in the palace. Li Longji suddenly understood and nodded lightly. He said, Xiaobao, you are a good person. No wonder Savant's restaurant sent me all bland food in the few days after the new year. There was even coarsely ground cornbread, and there was no honey in it. The food was delicious, but it made me think that there was a problem with the person in charge of Savant's restaurant. He even got someone to test for poison twice. Usually, when Savant's restaurant sent food, it would all go straight to my mouth. No wonder. Continue. Li Longji told the truth about the poison test. He was very embarrassed. It turned out that there was no problem with the management. They were worried that he would eat too much meat during the new year, which was not good for his body, so they adjusted his diet. If they really continued to send meat dishes, there would be a problem with the management. Zhang Xiaobao really didn't know about this. He thought that his godfather was afraid that he would misunderstand, so he didn't let anyone mention it to him. Also, during the month of confinement, the most common time is that you are not allowed to bathe for a month. You are afraid that external evil will enter your body. This is because the medical system in the past was not good, so we could only use a conservative method. However, it is to nourish the bacteria. This matter has a certain reason, but now, we don't need to use this method. Cuckoo, I will talk to Her Majesty outside. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he greeted Wang Wan. Wang Wan glared at Zhang Xiaobao. I'm not a child. What are you afraid of? There is nothing that can't be told to others. Alright, you can't tell everyone everything. If the emperor doesn't keep secrets, he will lose his officials. If the officials don't keep secrets, don't say useless things. If the emperor doesn't keep secrets, he will lose his country. You guys can talk. Don't worry about me. Wang Wan interrupted Zhang Xiaobao's recitation of the Analects of Confucius. Xiaobao, are you saying something that goes against ethics and morality? Li Longji looked around. If there was something wrong, it was better to say it outside. No, it's mainly because we are not doctors. It's about a woman's physiological problems. Actually, it's nothing. Let's talk about business. Why can't a woman bathe during confinement? First, it's because the change in temperature can easily affect the body. For example, when you catch a cold, it's cold. Second, when you bathe, even warm water is not as good as the secretion of the woman's body. When a woman gives birth, no matter what she does, she will get injured. There are injuries in the joints and in the uterus. In the past, medical science couldn't catch up, so it was better to let the woman recover on her own. Zhang Xiaobao explained. Back in his time, any man who cared a little about women would be very clear about this. It was not something that belonged to the martial arts world. Good men had to specifically learn how to influence and take care of women during menstruation. But in this era, it's still very shocking to say it so naturally. Li Longji was shocked. It's not because Zhang Xiaobao dared to say such things. It's because, Xiaobao, you want to learn this too. I'm not deliberately learning it. I just want to understand it. I want to continue. But our current medical school's research in this area has always been more advanced than other areas. The main reason is because Xiaobei and the others needed it. I invested a lot of money and it's biased. Medical care for infants and pregnant women is free, right? So don't not bathe for a month. We have thermometers and special sterilizers. What we need to do now is to match the diet. During pregnancy, we can't raise the child too big. It's not easy to give birth. It's fine as long as it's enough. If you raise it to be fat, it might not be healthy. In this way, we can reduce the complications of pregnant women. A healthy child and a healthy mother are the most important. Also, during confinement, don't eat too much millet and eggs just for milk. There's also rice, sorghum, white flour, various vegetables and fish. Take turns to eat. Eat less but eat more. This will speed up the digestion of the stomach and intestines. If there's not enough milk, you can replenish your protein. The most common food is soy products. Of course, eggs are fine too. But you can't eat a pile of eggs every meal. Other than protein, there's also cholesterol. Drink some of Kuenbu's soup. There's also direct sugar intake. Drink more plain water and pure fruit juice. If it's twins and you can't keep up with milk, you can add meat and fish. But you can't focus on everything, especially not eating chicken all the time. This way, there's enough iodine and calcium in the milk, as well as trace elements like iron and zinc. It's helpful for both children and adults. When Zhang Xiaobao said this, he let out a long breath. It was too tiring. Pregnancy and childbirth seemed very simple, but it involved too many things. There was no fixed method, and it could only be adjusted at any time. Wang Wan also listened. She smiled at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "You know quite a lot, Your Majesty. In fact, the birth of a baby is like fighting a war. There must be intelligence, vanguard, middle troops, and logistics. As for the education that follows, that's another story. Children are not cute toys to look at, nor are they the continuation of one's ideals. They are the most precious existence in the world. The most beautiful luminous pearl will dim in front of the dazzling new life." Li Longji listened quietly and listened very seriously. What he wanted to do most was to grab the two people behind the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families and ask them, "How many things do you know? Why did you choose Xiaobao and Cuckoo? Other than knowledge and talent, could it be that you can also teach human nature?" Of course, he also wanted to capture Xiaobao and Cuckoo and interrogate them. "How did you learn? The knowledge you learned is too diverse and vast. Aren't you tired? You know all the subjects of the imperial examinations, and you're at the top of all of them. Literature, law, politics, calculation, national policy, calligraphy, music, painting, industry, agriculture, military, economy, education, system, human nature, food, medicine, and so on. Are these things that humans can know?" Li Longji thought this, but he didn't ask. Of course, even if he asked, Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't tell him. He would say that most of these things were already included in the 12 years of compulsory education. When he and Cuckoo were children, they learned a lot of things. Basically, every day, other than eating and sleeping, their schedule was almost full. Moreover, they didn't start from the first year of the 12 years of compulsory education. Usually, they started from the time they were a fetus, followed by infant education, preschool education, and all kinds of arts. They started learning piano at the age of 4, and by the time they were 8 years old, there were countless people who had reached level 10. After the 12 years of compulsory education, those who really wanted to learn would learn more and more. Cuckoo was already a genius, and with her family's influence, you couldn't imagine how many things she knew. If it were him, he would have to be more humble. He didn't have a systematic education, but his learning ability wasn't bad either. The school he attended was different. This was what it meant that the path was intangible, but different paths led to the same destination. When he thought about how other people's children learned so much, Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan, "At that time, a child like Xiao Bei would at least know 4 professional skills, right? It shouldn't be a problem to play the 3 plum blossoms with the flute. Our education still hasn't caught up, and we let them play. Xiao Bao, what are you saying? Are you belittling my children? Xiao Bei and the others haven't learned anything yet. Yes, if we really compare them to you and Cuckoo, they are still lacking. They can only be said to have learned something and have their own strengths, but they can't compare to the 2 of you. However, is it possible to find a second pair of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo in this world? How many of Xiao Bei's 9 can there be? Perhaps June, and Pan, can catch up if they work hard. As for the other children, even if they have Chao Yang, they can't catch up. This is the injustice of the world. You can't put in all your effort to teach every child. You can only do your best for your own siblings. Alright, let's not talk about this. Why didn't anyone teach me this when I was young? Otherwise, how could I tolerate you? Li Longji was very jealous, so he spoke the truth. He understood that his ability wasn't good enough. If he killed Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, he would face very serious consequences. Chapter 1028. One of the things that Li Longji loved the most was to see how the lives of the citizens of other countries were not as good as his own country. He would constantly compare them and feel extremely satisfied and proud. In the past, he had this problem. He would go on a pilgrimage to Mount Tai and make a big fuss about it. He was afraid that no one would know about it. Whenever he went to a place, the local government would spend a lot of money. Whenever he was happy, he would exempt a few years of taxes, reducing the finances of the imperial court. Now, he also liked to travel, but he was not so extravagant. He didn't specially go to a certain place where he didn't need to be received. So he made a curious connection between tourism and the promotion of fertility. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, "How's the construction of the Great Tang going? I want to patrol Great Tang. Summer will be here soon, and I'm afraid that there will be a flood at the Yangtze River. I'm going to make preparations in advance. At the same time, I can promote the national policy of promoting fertility. Isn't this killing 2 birds with 1 stone?" Zhang Xiaobao would be a fool if he believed his words. If you want to travel, so be it. Who's stopping you? What's the point of finding excuses? Thus, Zhang Xiaobao didn't reply. Wang Wan couldn't help but laugh. She said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, the construction of the Great Tang doesn't need to be grand. It's fine as long as it's comfortable. When you're not here, you can use it to play movies and become a place for ordinary people to visit. Don't take the initiative to collect entrance fees. Put a donation box inside, and say that it's used for Great Tang's infrastructure. Rich people will be willing to throw in some money. Then, use that money to pay maintenance fees and give a portion to Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao can use it on Great Tang's infrastructure. You can also set up stalls for people to rent and sell local specialties and snacks. You can set a profit ratio. I believe that few people will dare to challenge your authority. Don't rip off the tourists. This is a place where publicity is the most important. You can't put the cart before the horse." After which, Wang Wan looked at the sand table and reminded Zhang Xiaobao, "The wind direction has changed. Change the place to release the smoke." "Oh, okay. Give the order. Extinguish the fire in the northeast and ignite the fire in the west." Zhang Xiaobao looked at the sand table. That was right. The messenger had already changed the model to test the wind direction. Li Longji and Wei Wei shook their heads. "I reckon that Zhao Hanzhong will come looking for the 2 of you later. Look at how you've bullied him. Do you still have the honor of a soldier? You're just like a rascal. Smoke, smoke, smoke. All you know is to smoke." Your Majesty, you can't say that. If I had other means, would I have ordered people to shout, harass, and release smoke? You will know later, whether it is the Navy, the Army, or the Air Force, when attacking the enemy, you must hide yourself. Take the artillery for example. Now that they are firing at our army is able to hold on. If our army also has artillery battalions, would they dare to fire as they please? When his cannonballs fell on our infantry positions, our cannonballs fell on his artillery positions. What's the big deal about smoke? In the future, I will release poisonous gas. If the wind blows, a large number of people will die. Who cares if he is a rascal or not? It's fine as long as fewer people die in our army. Zhang Xiaobao said indifferently. He was the kind of person who was ruthless to himself and even more ruthless to others. He would only show his kind side to the children of his own country. This was also the point that made Wang Wan feel the most conflicted when she evaluated him. Li Longji's personality was actually quite similar to Zhang Xiaobao's. The only difference was that in the past, he could bear to do anything to anyone, even if they were children of great Tang. This had something to do with his family upbringing and environment. Now, a lot had changed. The environment had changed, so there was pressure and motivation. Ever since Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to interact with him, he felt a special feeling. It was relaxation, affection, and tranquility. When the two of them were a little older, Xiaobei and the other 9 children became lively again. This made Li Longji realize that it was better for him to have a few people around him who didn't treat him like an emperor. Right now, Li Longji was experiencing this kind of interaction. He liked to hear Xiaobao speak casually. He understood that it wasn't that Xiaobao didn't know how to speak in a bureaucratic tone like the other ministers. Even Xiaobao knew how to do it, let alone Xiaobao. Of course, Xiaobei's bureaucratic tone was very cute. Only those with ulterior motives would be afraid of it. This was because when Xiaobei spoke in a bureaucratic tone, it was when she was about to teach someone a lesson. What she liked to do the most was to tell stories to others. Li Longji's eyes narrowed. He enjoyed chatting with Xiaobao and Cuckoo, even if Xiaobao was speaking bloody words. Reporting, enemy General Zhao Hanzhong is cursing at the front of the formation. Ask our generals to go out and meet him. The messenger's words interrupted Li Longji's leisurely moment. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the messenger and curled his lips in disdain. I don't want to meet him. What? He wants to fight me one-on-one. Does he want me to use a gun? If he uses a rifle, I'll let him hide as he pleases within 500 meters. If he uses a pistol, he won't even have the chance to fire within 50 meters. I think you'll use a knife and he'll use a gun. The messenger held back his laughter as he spoke. Do you think he can win if I use a knife? Give me 2 throwing knives. Let's see how he'll aim at me. Unless the bullets miss and hit me, he'll continue to give me smoke. How will I have the time to answer him? Zhang Xiaobao was still full of disdain. After the messenger left, Li Longji said, I believe in your ability, Xiaobao. If it's one-on-one, Zhao Hanzhong is far from your match. Just now, when Cuckoo said to ask people to donate money, I feel that I don't need that little bit of money. It's as if I'm poor. Your Majesty, I've told you before that the purpose of donating money is not for that little bit of money, but for the heart. Love is the essence of the people of Tang. If you don't promote it, who will donate money to buy things for their children when they need to carry out operations in the future? However, we have to spend the money donated. Since we don't need donations, we can still do things. Why should we be greedy for that little bit of money? If we're greedy enough, the hearts of the people will turn cold. It's just like Xiaobei's story of the boy who cried wolf. Zhang Xiaobao explained the purpose of asking people to donate money. It wasn't about how much money they could raise, but how high their hearts could soar. Yes, I've mentioned this before. Li Longji recalled. At the same time, he took back what he said about not having much money. After all, Tang's operations in the Chaoyang Empire cost a lot. They were all paid for by merchants from all over the country. According to Xiao Bao, merchants had a low status, so they had to do more to gain the recognition of others. Otherwise, if they earned a lot of money but were looked down on by others, it would be too sullen to live. It wasn't even a tenth of the love and respect that a poor scholar received during his lectures. That was to have a million strings of coins and be cold and indifferent to others. The most frightening thing wasn't coldness, but indifference. Li Longji had asked Xiao Bao how much all the schools in Great Tang spent when added together. In the end, he had obtained a vague figure. Based on the dormitory that the schools built for the students who came from afar and provided 4 to 5 meals a day, and based on the quality of the meals and the standards of the books and uniforms, they spent at least 20 million strings of coins a year. Based on the 12 months of Great Tang's fiscal revenue, this took up about 1/7 of the total. Just thinking about it was enough to scare someone to death. The treatment of the children was simply too good. The main reason was that the status of the merchants wasn't high enough. They needed money, and more importantly, they needed the recognition of the people of Great Tang. Of course, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo also played a role in this. Through incessant propaganda and clear attitudes, the merchants knew what to choose. Xiao Bao, our Great Tang's merchants really don't have it easy. They were scared by you and spent all their money. Don't put the blame on me. I'm not scaring them. It's only 20 million strings of coins. If they don't spend it, I'll do it myself. I don't need to use the imperial court's revenue, nor do I need to use your money. I can support it myself. But if they really force me to spend my own money, my family's annual income won't be 60 or 70 million strings of coins. It might even rise to 100 million strings of coins. Since they aren't willing to take the money, I won't give them a chance to make a lot of money. As long as the Great Tang's imperial court doesn't interfere or suppress me politically, I control the Ministry of Works and the Agriculture Temple, as well as a large number of production, logistics, sales, and trade systems. I won't be able to deal with them. The rich are heartless, and I won't talk about fairness with them. I'll just give them a good ideological lesson. Zhang Xiaobao was still as radical as ever. What he meant was that he didn't care about what others said. He earned the money through hard work. He was smart and willing to do it, so why should he pay for it? Was it wrong to be smart and hardworking? This was because Zhang Xiaobao believed that there was no such thing as truth in this world. You were smart and hardworking because the imperial court provided you with opportunities. They didn't provide you with good seeds, industrial technology for civilian use, or convenient information tools like the telegraph system. If they didn't create stable political, economic, and military conditions for you, how could you earn the money you have now? Our Great Tang has always been in a state of war and invasion. If you're smart to a certain extent, you won't be earning money, but thinking of a way to become an emperor. Fairness itself is a scale. How many weights, how strong a lever, and how long a distance do you need to use a small number of merchants to move the majority of ordinary people and maintain that balance? If things go wrong, the scale will break, and the weight will fall and smash your feet. Wang Wan also understood Zhang Xiaobao's thoughts, so she added, Xiaobao won't talk about fairness with merchants. This is because Xiaobao has always been suppressing his desires. He doesn't use many methods because he's afraid that it will affect the normal operation of Great Tang's economy and cause losses to the common people. Thus, Xiaobao has always been standing on the high ground and demanding of other merchants. If a merchant says that you don't want to use your abilities, that's your own problem. What right do you have to restrict me? Then, Xiao Bao will use some methods on them. Not only will I not restrict you, but I won't restrict myself as well. This is fair, right? I won't ask you to do anything. We'll rely on our own means, and we'll be responsible for our own lives. I believe that the merchant who speaks the opposite in the end will think that it's better to restrict him. He. Li Longji nodded with a smile. That's right, that's right. What merchants are afraid of isn't how high Xiao Bao's moral standing is, but the ability of this industry. Sheep don't have the right to talk about fairness with wolves, because wolves will die if they don't eat sheep. Reporting, the enemy's commander, Xiao Hanzhong, is challenging us again. He wants to meet with our commanders. A messenger came in to report. Zhang Xiaobao said unhappily, is he done yet? Cuckoo, give me a pair of binoculars. I'll go and meet him from afar. I'll scare him to death. Yes, meet him. Ha, he's challenging me. If I don't trick him, I'll be letting down his persistence. Zhang Xiaobao, who suddenly thought of something fun, took a pair of binoculars from Wang Wan, walked out, and rushed to Zhao Hanzhong's room. I'll also go and take a look. Li Longji greeted Wang Wan and followed him out. Wang Wan sat there without moving. She couldn't go and meet Zhao Hanzhong, as that would expose her position as the main force. She looked at the door and muttered, Xiao Bao is coming up with bad ideas again. Chapter 1029. Challenge. Zhao Hanzhong stood by his sand table and ordered the messenger. General Zhao is in a good mood. It's just that it's a bit cold in the command center. Do you want someone to add a brazier? Zhang Xiaobao's voice sounded as he appeared at the door. Zhao Hanzhong turned his head. His eyes were first filled with doubt, then shock and anger. He opened his hands to block Zhang Xiaobao's line of sight. As he blocked, he said, Zhang Xiaobao, you can't do this. You're relying on the privilege His Majesty gave you to come here and spy on me. Can't you afford to lose? As he spoke, Zhao Hanzhong had already reached his hand in front of Zhang Xiaobao's eyes. He looked left and right. When he felt that Zhang Xiaobao couldn't see the sand table, he was temporarily relieved. Zhang Xiaobao, why did you come here instead of commanding your people? I don't like the cold. I'm not used to the hot room. Don't peep in the name of caring for me. General Zhao, it's better to be honest. I was discussing economic and political matters with His Majesty, and you had people call me to meet you again and again. I was busy. When I thought about how it would take too much time for each of us to set up a model of each other and have the messenger pass on our words back and forth, why don't we meet? Let's each use a telescope and shout from a distance. What do you think? Zhang Xiaobao said with a look of grievance. Zhao Hanzhong was stunned again. He suddenly jumped back and pointed at Zhang Xiaobao. It's you. Zhang Xiaobao. Yes, it's me. I'm Zhangjie Zhuangzi of Sanctuary City, the eldest son of the Zhang family, Zhang Xiaobao, Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. You're the one who kept smoking me. You're also the one who made the soldiers sing folk songs day and night. No wonder you could come up with such a sinister move. In other words, the main force of your army is here, right? Zhao Hanzhong loudly questioned Zhang Xiaobao. This was because it was a folk song, and the messenger had sung it to him many times. At first, it was all right, but later on, he felt a headache coming on. It was too torturous, and he had to change it to another song. Staring at the same song, who could stand it? The smile on Zhang Xiaobao's face became even brighter. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you for the compliment. As the saying goes, in a battle of life and death, everyone will rely on their own means. All is fair in war. In fact, I haven't done enough. I need to learn more in the future. Stay away from me. Don't get too close. Disgusting. Who wants to talk to a man like you? Someone, pass down my order and report to the Middle Army. The enemy our brigade encountered is Zhang Xiaobao's logistics team. Their main force is at Mount Huangshan. Wait, Zhang Xiaobao, you lied to me. Your main force is definitely not at Mount Huangshan, right? Just as Xiao Hanzhong was about to send the message back, he suddenly hesitated. When he asked Zhang Xiaobao, he stared into Zhang Xiaobao's eyes, as if he wanted to see if Zhang Xiaobao was lying. However, he didn't know that even if he put a lie detector on Zhang Xiaobao's eyes, it would be useless, let alone look into his eyes. Therefore, Zhang Xiaobao's eyes were still as clear and pure as when he was young. To describe it a little exaggeratedly, it was as deep as the bright night sky. With this kind of gaze, Zhang Xiaobao still smiled and said, "If General Zhao is powerful and you found out, half of our main force is actually hiding at Mount Huangshan under the command of Cuckoo. In a few days, they will surround your army. The other half has already ambushed beside Hangzhou. They want to catch your middle army off guard." Xiao Hanzhong's eyes narrowed. He retracted his hands and twisted them together. His two thumbs moved back and forth in circles. It was obvious how conflicted he was. After thinking for a while, he still couldn't figure it out. He could only ask, "Then let me ask you. Since you said that the main force is here, why didn't Wang Wan show up? Do you need Cuckoo to show up to fight your brigade of 4,000 people? My logistics army has more than 20,000 people here. Including my personal guards, there are a total of 25,000 people. Originally, I thought that it would be difficult for you to fight properly. Who asked you to rush all the way here? Now that you're here, you still want to call the shots. It's useless even if you put up a front." Zhang Xiaobao puffed out his chest and looked up at the ceiling as he spoke to Xiao Hanzhong. Xiao Hanzhong still didn't believe him. Although he knew that what was false was true and what was true was false, he couldn't tell which of Zhang Xiaobao's words was false and which was true. "Zhang Xiaobao, it's too impolite of you to look at the sky when you speak. Let me ask you again. Which of your battalions is following behind my army? Which unit was the one that set the forest on fire? Who was the vanguard of my 1st Brigade on Fuyang Hill? Oh, you're here to ask me for information. Alright, since we're colleagues, there's no harm in telling you. First, let's talk about the one that set the forest on fire. That was done by Cuckoo's Sniper Battalion. It was a high-quality team. A 2nd period inner courtyard student and 13 4th period inner courtyard students. After they finished setting the forest on fire, they went into hiding and didn't come back. At that time, they were given a death order to achieve their goal. However, they didn't want to die, so they survived. They also split into many small teams and searched for small enemy units in various places. For example, groups of 3 to 5 people, or less than 10 people. When they encountered them, they ate them. They seized a lot of these things that can see very far. You recognize them, right? Zhang Xiaobao wasn't in a hurry at all. He spoke slowly to Xiao Hanzhong and even waved the binoculars in his hand. Xiao Hanzhong's expression was ugly. He waved his hand and said, "Just say that you destroyed my intelligence team. Why are you beating around the bush? You're holding binoculars in your hand. Your family made them first. Don't you recognize them?" In other words, there was only one or a few small teams following behind my army. Where's Fuyang? You're really too much. Just joking and relaxing. That's right, there's a small team behind you. Not just a few people. The leader of the team is called Little Dong. I've already met him and told him about your members and weapons. Fuyang, you can only blame your people for being too careless. When they met the logistics team that I sent out, the result was the same as yours. They foolishly rushed forward to fight a siege and annihilate the enemy. You're a little stronger than them, just a little. You pulled your people back in time to break through, but it's just a little. Zhang Xiaobao was telling the truth, but he knew that Zhao Hanzhong didn't dare to treat it as the truth. If it was him, he wouldn't believe it either. Sure enough, Zhao Hanzhong looked at Zhang Xiaobao seriously, as if he wanted to distinguish the truth from the other party's expression. Unfortunately, he found that he couldn't see anything. His only gain was that he saw Li Longji. Li Longji was holding a corn stick in his hand. He was rubbing the kernels and eating them. The kernels were roasted. The kernels were not that tender, so the kernels could be rubbed off. The fragrance also floated into the noses of the people around him. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, is what Zhang Xiaobao said true? Zhao Hanzhong first gave a simple bow and asked casually. You said that the technology is advanced. That's good. Someone just sent me 2 types of roasted corn. One was harvested in advance last autumn and was preserved until now. The other was planted later and then placed in the greenhouse. It's ready to eat now. The one that was preserved last year is slightly dehydrated, but the kernels are still so plump. This year's new corn is too tender. It's fine to boil it, but it's not delicious when roasted. Zhao Hanzhong, do you want to eat one? Li Longji shook the corn stick in his hand twice and asked Zhao Hanzhong. He didn't answer the other party's question just now. Zhao Hanzhong also knew that the emperor wouldn't reveal the secret. When he smelled the fragrance, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. When he looked at the roasted corn, he suddenly remembered something. Your Majesty, isn't corn supposed to be kept as seeds? Why did you eat it all? Zhao Hanzhong's family had land. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan asked people to bring back seeds from a faraway place, he asked for some seeds. It wasn't easy. There were too many monks and not enough gruel. Now, his family only had a few potatoes and tomatoes. They didn't have any chili peppers and corn. When he saw the emperor eating, he thought that if he didn't eat it and kept it as seeds, would his family get a share? After planting it for a year, there would be more in the second year. Li Longji waved his hand behind him. Someone came over and brought the roasted corn. Zhao Hanzhong, eat an ear of corn. It's not bad to eat a few more. Corn seeds are indeed produced after corn ripens, but not all corn can be turned into seeds. The corn that was left last year and the corn that was eaten this year didn't grow well. If you leave it as seeds, wouldn't you be harming the people? It's like a general. The one who commands the army must be a general, but not any general can command the army. Li Longji's last words were heavy, which made Zhao Hanzhong tremble. He knew that His Majesty was saying that his command was not good, and that he was alone in the enemy's encirclement. He could not be a seed. When he took the roasted corn, he suddenly felt that the corn wasn't that delicious. He didn't even care that it was hot. Zhang Xiaobao came over to help Zhao Hanzhong take the corn. His 2 hands moved back and forth and blew on the corn. Otherwise, Zhao Hanzhong's hands would be scalded and blistered. Li Longji changed the topic. Of course, corn and people are different. If the seeds can't be used, then it's over. As for people, they can learn more. There's still a chance. When 2 armies meet, what should they do? The vanguard attacks, the middle army defends, and the logistics camp temporarily. The attack is chaotic, and the defense is counterattacking. Zhao Hanzhong immediately replied. If one army arrives and the enemy camp is waiting to defend, what should they do? Li Longji asked again. When all the scouts are sent out and looking for an advantageous place, they will both be on the defensive and stabilize their foundation. Then, they will plan another direction, Zhao Hanzhong replied. What should they do when they see that the enemy's vanguard is weak? When they find the location of the main force, they will order a small group to test it out. This is to prevent them from being lured into attacking and losing their advantage. Then what did you do when you attacked Highland 113? Li Longji's voice became louder. Zhao Hanzhong's head was almost touching his chest. I thought they had few people and bad weapons, so I wanted to take them down first and finish them off in one go. Who knew that they would be so tenacious and fight to the death without retreating? And they even dug trenches and set up ambushes. Zhao Hanzhong's voice became lower and lower. He knew who his opponent was, but he couldn't help but underestimate them. This was because he had good weapons. Eat it. Let Xiao Bao blow on the corn to cool it down for you. It should taste better for you. After Li Longji finished speaking, he held his unfinished corn and found a place to sit down. He waited for Zhang Xiaobao and Zhao Hanzhong to speak. If they succeeded, it would mean that the enemy only had 20,000 logistic soldiers. If they couldn't break out, his own troops would be crippled. However, Zhang Shougui's troops would be able to make the necessary adjustments, retreat, and defend to avoid even greater losses. Zhao Hanzhong truly didn't want his troops to break out of the encirclement, but for the sake of the great Tang army as a whole, he could only make this sacrifice. Order: cook at midnight and rest at 4. At 4 in the morning, break out of the encirclement. Zhao Hanzhong had no other choice but to give this order. Normally speaking, the path from which they came was the most dangerous, but since he knew this, and he believed that Zhang Xiaobao knew this as well, the defenses of the path from which they came should be relatively weak, while the other paths should be filled with traps. As for whether this was true or not, he would know once he tried. In any case, if they could break out of the encirclement, how many of them would survive would be up to the heavens. Zhang Xiaobao was also looking at the sand table, analyzing what choice Zhao Hanzhong would make and whether Zhang Shougui would make the decision according to his own judgment. At this stage of the battle, it was a true battle of wits and courage, each side trying to guess at the arrangements of the other side's commanders. Order: our army to prepare to face the enemy's breakout at any time. No matter which direction the enemy breaks out in, our army is not allowed to retreat. As for the other armies, if they are close to the breakout point, circle around and continue to set up defenses. If they are far away, quickly pursue from the sides. If the enemy doesn't move, continue to harass them. After passing down the order, Zhang Xiaobao left the room and went straight to Wang Wan's room. Cuckoo, I've forced them to give the order to move as quickly as possible. What do you think we should do? Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan carefully listened to Zhang Xiaobao's recount of the situation and sighed. You just had to make the conflict erupt so quickly. Wouldn't it have been better to wait 2 more days? My men are still on the way, so we can only increase our speed. You can also stop defending Highland 737. Right now, have the men of Highland 737 leave the battlefield as quickly as possible. Then, go to the flank of Zhang Shougui's camp and assume a forceful offensive posture. Remember, it has to be the flank, not the back. Intentionally leave a path for him to escape. After Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao finished making arrangements, she ordered her men to increase their speed and surround the enemy. Zhang Xiaobao also had his own reasons. I want to delay for as long as possible, but I still don't know where the enemy's central army is. What if they rush over? If we delay for too long, I'm afraid that Zhang Shougui will react. Wang Wan nodded. She was also worried that the enemy's central army would arrive too quickly. The main problem was that the enemy's central army had hot air balloons. It was clearly impossible to destroy them like last time. The only solution was to send out a flock of eagles to attack the enemy's aerial forces. However, the eagles could not be sent out as they pleased. The enemy's hot air balloons were considered supplies. Even if they were destroyed, they could still be sent back. They had to be used at the most crucial moment. Crucial moment. A battle of life and death. Eagle flock, hot air balloons, Xiao Bao, what do you think is the difference between an eagle flock and a hot air balloon? Wang Wan seemed to be talking to herself, but also seemed to be asking Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan and said, "You're talking about the difference. That's a lot. Hot air balloons can throw things down from above, and they can also be used for reconnaissance. Moreover, they're equipped with guns that can also be used for aerial attacks. If our eagle flocks rush over, they'll be shot down by their cross protection. Of course, they'll also destroy a portion of their own balloons. If we really have to talk about the greatest difference, it would be that eagles fly faster, while hot air balloons float slower. Moreover, they're greatly affected by the direction of the wind." Wang Wan finally understood. She clapped her hands and happily said, "That's right. Eagles fly fast, so they're not affected by the direction of the wind. To attack Zhang Shougue, mobilize the eagle flock. Xiao Bao, don't let all of your men rush out. Leave a brigade behind for Zhang Shougue. I'll also leave a brigade behind to play with Zhang Shougue. Where should I leave my brigade?" Zhang Xiaobao was unable to keep up with Wang Wan's train of thought. Highland 737. Wang Wan smiled and pointed at the sand table. The sand table had a time of 4 hours, but in reality, it was very fast, only an hour. Once the hour was up, Zhao Hanzhang's 4,000 men began to abandon their heavy belongings and break out of the encirclement. Artillery shells rained down, smashing a path out of Zhang Xiaobao's encirclement. Reporting, "One of our regiments has been annihilated. The enemy's artillery fire is too fierce," the messenger reported to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao nodded, indicating that he had heard. "Chase, regardless of the cost, chase. If the enemy leaves people behind to cover the rear, then face the pursuing troops and slow down the pace of the attack." The pursuing troops on both sides split up and surround the enemy's rear guard. At this moment, Zhao Hanzhang was on full alert. Having already fought a siege once, he knew how difficult it was to deal with the enemy. He concentrated his firepower, and in the end, the artillery battalion's cannons were no longer needed. Once they ran out of ammunition, the soldiers could serve as rearguard to stop the enemy. "Charge! Charge! Charge for me!" Zhao Hanzhang's eyes were red. As he listened to the various reports from the messenger and the speed at which his troops were advancing, his heart felt like it was on fire. Of the 4,000 men, 1,500 had been split up to form a defensive line at the rear. The troops at the front responsible for breaking out of the encirclement had killed nearly 2 enemy regiments, but they had also lost around 500 men. The results of the battle were good, but they had used up all their ammunition and a large number of grenades, and they had yet to reach Highland 225. Zhao Hanzhang was very clear that there was still about a regiment of enemy troops on Highland 225, then the Depression, and then back to Highland 213. It could be said that they had launched a surprise attack and were on the verge of death. However, in order to complete the mission of the main force, they had to fight even if they had to die. Zhao Hanzhang was feeling a lot of pressure, but Zhang Xiaobao was not relaxed either. His pursuing troops were not too many, and when they encountered the enemy's rearguard, their firepower was still very fierce. The enemy did not conserve their ammunition. Just this one time, out of the 1,500 rearguard troops, he had to bring out at least 6,000 men to surround them. However, the two groups of troops that were advancing quickly took up 8,000 men, and there were still 5,000 men in front. He could only mobilize about 10,000 men. Highland 737, don't hold back. Attack. Send out my personal guards. Regardless of the casualties, break through the encirclement. Tell the main force that the pursuit is difficult. The enemy's defense is tenacious, and their advancing speed is very fast. Zhang Xiaobao was also stubbornly holding on. In any case, whoever could not hold on would not be able to complete their tactical deployment. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's message, she thought for a moment and said, "Tell Xiaobao that there are no reinforcements. Slow down the attack and surround the enemy's rearguard troops. Harass them from all sides and exhaust their ammunition." When Zhang Xiaobao received this message, he sighed and said, "Fine. Slow down the pursuit. If you can't catch up, let go of the enemy's rearguard troops and surround the rearguard troops. Quickly insert into the troops on the left and right. Don't look back." Zhang Xiaobao could not understand why Wang Wan did not send out her main force to help. Her main force had already advanced very far, and some of them had even circled around to the back of Wang Wan's troops. He did not have the time to ask Wang Wan, and he was also afraid of disturbing Wang Wan's battle strategy. He could only choose a method that minimized his losses as much as possible while also eliminating the enemy's rearguard troops. On the other hand, Wang Wan sent someone to explain her battle strategy. Reporting. News from the Central Army. General Wang says that she wants Zhang Shougui's troops to attack Highland 1313 and take it down to join up with Zhao Hanzhang's troops. Got it. My men are definitely going to cripple the logistics team I left here. Cuckoo, when you're commanding, you're really ruthless. Zhang Xiaobao muttered. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Send someone to inform the defenders at Highland 225 and Highland 1313 to prepare to withstand the pincer attack from both sides. The rearguard troops behind them no longer have any artillery support." Zhao Hanzhang was the first to sense the slowing of the pursuit. The scouts reported that the frequency of gunfire had decreased. Zhao Hanzhang was well aware that the enemy could not have wiped out his rearguard troops so quickly, and the rearguard troops would not have run out of ammunition that quickly. This could only mean two things. The first was that the enemy lacked manpower, and the second was that they had run to the front to wait for him. When he thought about the three places he needed to break through, he began to worry once more. Report. Our troops have broken through the encirclement and suffered heavy losses. The enemy's pursuit has slowed. There are 3 enemy positions ahead. Please make a decision. Zhang Shougui was also confused when he received the report. He looked at the sand table and estimated the distance between Zhao Hanzhang's troops and himself. After thinking for a while, he clenched his fists and released them, then clenched them again and again. Report back. Order Zhao Hanzhang's troops to continue breaking through the encirclement. By daybreak, they must pass through Highland 225. My troops will be responsible for taking down Highland 1313 and attacking the last remaining rearguard from the low-lying area. Zhang Shougui was afraid of falling for a trap, so he did not want to save them at the start. However, when he looked at the sand table, he realized that at such a close distance, if he were to just watch as Zhao Hanzhang's troops fell beside Highland 1313 and the enemy still did not have any plans, his mistake would be too great. At the same time, the morale of his troops would be judged to be extremely low. In that case, he could only cooperate and save as many as he could. According to the time on the sand table, when daybreak arrived, Zhao Hanzhang's troops finally arrived at Highland 225. A messenger came in to report that there were enemy tents on the road beside the highland, and in front of them were trenches and roadblocks. Charge! Zhao Hanzhong had no other choice. Report. Our troops have fallen into a deep pit. Report. Our troops have been attacked by the enemy's arrows. Report. Our troops have engaged the enemy in close combat. Report. As the reports came in one after another, Zhao Hanzhong squatted beside the sand table, tears flowing down his cheeks. Zhang Xiaobao also stood in front of the sand table, lightly clapping his hands. His face was solemn as he slowly muttered, "Beautiful, beautifully fought." A force of 1,500 rearguards was surrounded, but they still managed to exhaust 3,000 of my men. They actually knew how to counterattack, and they were even able to link up several lines of defense. Record down the rearguard commander for me. Once this battle is over, I'll personally go and see him. My personal guard was bitten off by his final counterattack. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Tell Cuckoo that I've discovered a talent. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's report, she chuckled and said, "Tell Xiaobao that we'll talk about it later." Right now, his troops are to go to Highland 737 and rest there. The 8,000 troops that are going to pass between the two sides are to assemble and prepare to attack the flanks of Zhang Shougui's camp at any time. Zhang Shougui did not remain idle. Since he had decided to save them, he naturally had to think of a way to open up a path. Under his orders, the cannons plowed through Highland 113 again and again. It felt like all the defensive structures on the highland had been destroyed, but when the troops charged, they were still fiercely counterattacked. The rings of fire made of firewood that were not destroyed by the explosions were set alight by the enemy. From the top of the hill was still under the enemy's control even when the sky was already bright. A messenger inserted a tattered flag into the sand table at Highland 113, replacing the original flag. Reporting. According to the feedback from our attackers, the enemy doesn't have much resistance left. Zhang Shougui bit his lip. You've been saying this since an hour ago. Zhao Hanzhong, you've really screwed me over. Is this the army you destroyed when you broke through? There's at least a regiment defending it. Men, continue the bombardment. In another room. Battalion Commander Wang, you've fallen in battle, the messenger said. One of the three commanders stood up and said to the other two, Sun Quan, Fan Zhu, I'm leaving. I'll be waiting for you at the center of the sand table. I hope that you'll arrive a little later. Sun Quan and Fan Zhu nodded. After Wang Nan left, the two exchanged bitter smiles and shook their heads at the same time. How many can still fight? Sun Quan asked. Less than 100. This is the last defense. Once the enemy shells fall, you and I will probably have to leave. Fan Zhu appeared very calm. He was exhausted today and had to constantly communicate with the messenger. Although there was no sound of cannon fire, the silent battlefield still exhausted him. As expected, it didn't take long for the messenger to report that another wave of enemy shells had fallen. Sun Quan had been struck by shrapnel and had died. Only Fan Zhu was left. He stood up and said, I want to see Zhang Shougui and see what kind of expression he has. Ha! Zhang Shougui was also thinking the same thing. He wanted to see just who was so tenacious. When the messenger placed the enemy flag on the sand table, he said, the charge is the last attack. If they're dead, I want to see them. If they're alive, I want to see their corpses. I want to see them. Less than a quarter of an hour later, a messenger came in and picked up a tattered flag. He inserted it into the sand table and reported, our charge has been defeated. Highland 113 is still in the hands of the enemy. Motherfucker, playing with me. Where did they come from? Zhang Shougue looked at the messenger in disbelief. The messenger shook his head. In Fan Zhu's room, there were two people who were happily chatting. How was it? Didn't I say there was no one on Highland 113? Do you admit defeat? Commander Lu Dong, what do you think? I admit defeat, I really admit defeat. I'll treat you to 3 meals. Savant's restaurant, but my Commander Su, we only left 1 battalion in the Depression. There's also your personal guard. If the 2 independent battalions on Highland 225 can't hold, I want to see if those few people can delay them. Lu Dong admitted defeat. He had lost the bet. Fan Zhu didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she looked at Lu Dong and Su Gu. She asked, "You've left your own position. Aren't you afraid that your position will be taken care of?" Su Gu didn't care at all. I've already disobeyed an order once, so 1 more won't make a difference. My position is a depression. I originally wanted to stop them, but after thinking about it, I'll help you defend the high ground. Although the hill is small, it still has a slope, right? Lu Dong also nodded. That's right. I've already discussed it with Su Gu. Even if we can't hold Highland 113 in the end, we'll make Zhang Shougue suffer. You see that? This time, we'll definitely make him suffer. Look at his last attack. It was so smooth. The referee team even judged that they were charging forward. What was the result? Didn't they still get beaten down by us? Continue firing. And that Zhao Hanzhong, he wants to run. He's facing 2 independent battalions. I estimate that the fortifications and traps will reach all the way to his home. Now that his cannons are gone, I want to see how many people he can fill in. Pay attention to concealment. Don't let the referee team judge that one of the cannonballs will land on our heads. I don't want to die in such a cowardly manner. Su Gu appeared very happy, but in reality, his heart was beating like a drum. He had already disobeyed an order twice, and he still didn't know what the result would be. Chapter 1030. The ones who were the most indifferent were the 3 people on Highland 1, 1, and 3. Fan Zhu, Su Gu, and Lu Dong sat in the room, looking at the same sand table. Each of them had an ear of roasted corn in their hands. They rubbed it back and forth to feel the warmth from the corn, but no one ate it. Su Gu said calmly, "Do you think I'm playing the role of, when a general is outside, he can't obey the orders of the emperor? I've decided to throw myself and the troops on Highland 1, 1, 3. Otherwise, I'll lead the troops to their deaths. If they all die, will they not hold me responsible?" "I agree," Fan Zhu said with a smile. I won't express my opinion. I don't plan to go back alive. If I'm on a real battlefield, I'll be a hero, right? I believe that the Zhang family and the Wang family will let me enter the inner courtyard and take good care of my family. Lu Dong said with a trace of sadness. These days, he had been following the logistics team. Sometimes, he returned to reality, and sometimes he threw himself into the sand table. He didn't sleep long each time. The ratio was 4-1. Occasionally, he could sleep for 2 hours, which was considered a blessing. Often, when he received orders, he rubbed his eyes, sat up, and drank 2 mouthfuls of water to make his stomach feel better. Then he began to do things according to the orders. For example, transporting things, repairing the river, and filling the tunnel, all of which were judged and calculated according to the possible situations. In a trance, it seemed that there was a regiment of logistics troops for him to lead, not data. The voice of the messenger was no different from that of his brothers on the battlefield, including the orderlies who took care of his daily life, fetching water for him to wash up, and bringing food to him. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't hear the sound of the troops and didn't go outside to see the real environment, it was almost no different from a real battlefield. So even if he now realized that it was data in front of him, he still felt sad about the reduced number. The referees were really wicked. Yesterday, they said that their orderlies were killed by the explosion, and now they replaced them with a new one. Report that the enemy has about 2 regiments of people. After the artillery fire, they launched a charge at our highland. Just when the 3 people were quietly enjoying this moment, the messenger came in. Beat them. Beat them as hard as you can. Those who can still breathe, go up and bite them to death. Motherfuckers. Fan Zhu stood up and gave the order to the orderly. Su Gu glanced at Lu Dong and said, "You should be ready to provide support at any time. I will lead people to continue to dig down. This wave has been repelled, but the enemy's artillery will cover us again." It was night time again. The time in reality was night time, and it was also night time on the sand table. According to the calculations, the battle on the sand table had already lasted 6 days and 6 nights. The commanders involved in the battle had not slept. The number of people in Zhao Hanzhang's hands was reduced to 600 by the people chasing after them. To be more precise, there were only 200 people who could continue to fight. The remaining 400 or so people were all wounded. Currently, the leaders and commanders of the wounded were staying in Zhao Hanzhang's house. They requested to stay and buy more time for their brothers who could still fight. Zhao Hanzhang looked at the few people who had been temporarily transferred over to be the team leaders of his team. He wanted to laugh. He laughed at the judgment given by the referees. He also laughed at the serious looks on their faces. He even laughed at himself for not being able to make up his mind to give up on this game. "General, the enemy is about to catch up," a team leader said seriously. "Okay, you guys stay here. I'll take people to meet up with the main force." Zhao Hanzhang waved his hand and said. After waiting for the few people to leave, Zhao Hanzhang said to the messenger, "Report." "Forget it, the machine is broken." "Yes, it's broken. But I don't understand. It's only a few hours. Why can't they rush over? Why do they expect me to rush over? I saw it when I came. In the depression, the enemy has at least a regiment of troops. They're waiting for me." Zhao Hanzhang scolded the reinforcements from his own army. Those 1,000 well-equipped commandos were still not here no matter how long they waited. He was bewildered. What exactly did those 1,000 people encounter? The commander of the 1,000 people was also puzzled. It was very easy for them to pass through the side of Highland 113 without encountering any attacks. However, as they ran, the messenger said that they had encountered a monster ahead. Then, the messenger sent over a model. It was a model of a person wearing a special set of clothes. The messenger said that each piece of bamboo was about an inch thick. This was because they had killed a few of the enemy's people and snatched this. There were a total of 3 layers. In the middle of each layer was cotton and sand. The back of the clothes was empty and tied with a rope. The front was full of bamboo pieces. When weighing it, it weighed about 60 kilograms. It was this thing. When the soldiers in front fired a row of handguns, a few people fell. It was only when the grenades were thrown that the other party fell backward. After the commander saw this, he was very puzzled. "Then let's fight." Once the fight started, it would be troublesome. Unless the bullets hit the enemy's head, if they hit the body, they would not die. There were very few injuries. Once the grenades were thrown, the enemy would fall down. The casualties were still small. Then, they could not let the enemy rush to the front and fight hand to hand. They could only order the troops to move backward slowly. Also, it is night now, do you want to order the troops to light torches? The messenger nodded and answered, then asked. Why would I light torches? Torches. Right now, even if there is a radio station, I have to maintain electronic silence. Our army is quickly moving in, and you want me to expose our position and battle intent? If I really light the torches, my evaluation team will immediately draw a cross behind my name, and I will never be able to enter the inner courtyard in this life. I have studied for 5 years, do you think it is easy? Tell me the road that our army is on now, it really torments me. Be more serious, don't give me false reports. You all only know how to bully me, you know that I have the worst grasp of the terrain. If I was good, I would have entered the inner courtyard long ago. Just like that, Kai led his regiment and walked step by step. In the end, on the sand table, in the early hours of the next day, he discovered that the enemy's army had appeared about 3 miles away. He did not know who they were, but when he discovered them, they also discovered him. What should he do? Fight. Just like that, under countless coincidences and judgments, Kai's regiment of 1,500 people started a contact battle with the enemy's 1,000 people. He did not remember the terrain well, but there was no problem with commanding. He was smart enough, and as soon as they came into contact, he realized that the enemy's goal was not to specifically target him, but to quickly pass through. Then, according to the battle policy of whatever the enemy wants to do, we will not let them do it, Kai gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He did not chase after the main force, and began to exhaust the enemy. His goal was very clear. He did not care how many people he could eliminate. As long as he could stall the enemy would not be able to achieve the tactical goal. Of course, his regiment would not be able to complete the pre-battle arrangements. Report: the enemy has organized a wave of forward-throwing echelons, and launched a fierce attack on our army. The messenger's voice rang in Kai's ears, who was troubled by the unfamiliar terrain. Retreat, retreat, leave a team of people at the front, exhaust the enemy's weapons, and stop the enemy's advance. Do I need to tell you this? What did little Gongzi Xiaobao say? Kai recognized this messenger. He had just entered the outer courtyard for a year, and he had studied surveying, specifically providing data for long-range weapons. This kid was very smart, and most people would not be able to learn this. The messenger replied very naturally, if the enemy advances, we retreat. If the enemy retreats, we advance. If the enemy stays, we disturb. If the enemy is tired, we attack. After saying that, he said to Kai in dissatisfaction, if you ask me this again, you'll be breaking the rules. Go and pass down the order, retreat, Kai shouted. The messenger went out, and he looked at the map that did not even indicate the location of his regiment. He said angrily, the referees also know how to bully people. The enemy's attacking force of 1,000 people is very strong. They are equipped with dual handguns and so many throwing weapons. What are they trying to do? This is because they have encountered my regiment. If they had encountered an ordinary regiment of my logistics or main force, then that regiment, no, even a brigade would have been broken through in an instant. Handguns against close-range combat, won't people fall like wheat being cut down? Little Gongzi said that in this world, there is no such thing as diarrhea or dryness for no reason. There has to be some reason. This kind of equipment is not like fighting a siege, where they fight from top to bottom, and they also use bows and spears as long-range weapons. It is also not like defending, where they should use spears and shoot from a distance. When the enemy gets close, there are too many variables. Then, there is only one possibility. They want to pass quickly and launch a surprise attack. If not, then it will become a siege. There is only one goal left, and that is to rescue. Kai finally figured out something, because in this world, there was no such thing as salty and bland for no reason. Reporting, the enemy is continuing to advance. They used handguns to shoot down the team I was blocking. They were very close, and they specifically aimed for the head, even if they were injured. The messenger came back and reported. Kai had basically figured everything out by now. She smiled and said, I know where I am. Where are you? The messenger asked curiously. I am between Highland 1313 and Highland 225. There should be a depression next to me. Send someone to find our garrison in the depression and have them contact me. I want to work with them to stop the enemy here. Xiao Hanzhong, you actually didn't rush out, huh? The messenger was shocked. Although his guess was not completely correct, it was not far off, because there was no one guarding the depression. They had all run to Highland 1313 to withstand the waves of enemy attacks. He then asked, aren't you not familiar with the terrain? But I am familiar with the rest. If I was really that stupid, I wouldn't even have the qualifications to study in the outer courtyard, not to mention that I have studied for 5 years and never been eliminated. Pass down the order to defend. Even if my regiment is annihilated, I won't let them pass so easily. The longer we delay them, the more chances we have to kill Xiao Hanzhong. Do you know how big of a blow it is to the enemy if we can eliminate an entire unit of the enemy and even kill their commander? Kai rolled up her sleeves and said, today, I will let the enemy see what I am relying on to stay in the outer courtyard and study for 5 years. That is the art of commanding in battle. Chapter 1031. Zhang Shogui felt a buzz in his head. He raised his hands and pressed them against his temples. He felt that the more he feared something, the more likely it was to happen. Carefully investigate the enemy's forces. Zhang Shogui had a strange feeling. His opponent was not some logistical unit but the enemy's main force. What he felt was a very familiar fighting style. It was the style of strategizing and never giving in to others. I'm sure that it's definitely not Zhang Xiaobao. He can't possibly use this style. Zhang Xiaobao's style is soft yet tough. First, it's the spring breeze, and then you can feel the biting cold wind. Right now, it's like the waves crashing against the shore, stacking endlessly. I was wondering why it felt so familiar. I felt it when I was in class. This is the style of Wang Wan's Whirlwind Thousand Snow. This is what she meant when she said that the dense clouds piled up, the wind couldn't blow back, and the rain fell like rain. Zhang Shogui instantly recalled a certain lesson, where a certain person had talked about the psychological pressure of attacking and seizing the advantage. That person was Wang Wan. She had used the advantage in numbers to proactively penetrate the enemy, and then formed layers of encirclement to disrupt the enemy's advance. Someone, go and investigate the enemy's attack. Zhang Shogui was truly afraid now. When he knew that Zhang Xiaobao was organizing a logistical attack, he had still underestimated the enemy. He acknowledged Zhang Xiaobao's economic leadership, but he was not convinced by Zhang Xiaobao's ability to command, even though Zhang Xiaobao's individual fighting prowess was extraordinary. Report. The enemy has revealed their flags and numbers. Logistical Division 1, 3rd Brigade, and 4th Brigade. Our army is unable to break through, so they are using their battalions to attack. Our guns are unable to penetrate the enemy's human wall. They are throwing grenades at close range. The first wave of enemy troops is lying down, and the second wave is following. This is repeated endlessly. Our army's first line of defense has fallen. The messenger's words were extremely urgent. Reporting, our army's right flank is in an emergency. The enemy is using their bodies to fill the trench. After 3 layers, the trench has been leveled. The enemy has stepped on our friends. Another messenger also came over to report. Zhang Shougue was dumbfounded by these 2 pieces of news. He knew of the trench. Wooden spears had been thrust into the ground, 10 feet deep and 2 feet long. How could they so easily pass through with 3 layers of corpses? You could either carry sand to fill up the path or use dozens of corpses to pave the way. But from the messenger's urgent report, it was obvious that they were not coming here one by one, but as a whole. Deploy the cannons and attack them. Our army is preparing to retreat. Pack up. Quick, tell the generals that we are facing Wang Wan's main forces. Zhang Xiaobao's logistics army is at the front line. They are using their lives to buy time. Retreat quickly. Zhang Shougue finally understood what was going on. It was no wonder the enemy's attacks were so confusing. It was a 2-man army using 2 different styles of fighting. Yes, Zhang Xiaobao liked to be soft first and then fierce later. Wang Wan was definitely using the stacking tactic. She was the main force and she had the advantage in numbers. Even so, she was unwilling to immediately sacrifice herself and had let Zhang Xiaobao take the lead in the attack. Now, Zhang Xiaobao was no longer soft. He was soft because he was waiting for his vanguard, Zhao Hanzhang, to arrive. How could the husband and wife not cooperate? This was not the time to investigate how the enemy had gotten here or why they could not retreat, but how they could escape. Reporting, our army's artillery is currently focused on Plateau 113. However, the fortifications continued to dig down without stopping. This was the most helpless and most shameless method that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had come up with. Not to mention Wang Wan, who had been trained in military studies. Even Zhang Xiaobao knew how tenacious the People's Liberation Army was. Let alone a small hill that had been blown off by 2 meters, even an entire mountain had been blown off by 3 meters. When the enemy attacked, did they see if anyone had formed a defensive position? When there was a limit to manpower, there was also a limit to ammunition. According to Zhang Xiaobao's words, do you think that I'm a small country that will retreat after a few people die? I'll let you pick any high ground, throw down 10,000 earth penetrators, and then organize infantry to attack. See if you can easily charge up. Wang Wan admired Zhang Xiaobao's attitude the most. Thus, when she trained the people in her family, she taught them to compete in physical strength, will, courage, and life. Fan Zhu and the others thoroughly carried out this teaching. Everything began with suffering. The cannons were still roaring, but Fan Zhu, Lu Dong, and Su Gu felt that the situation was different. Su Gu spoke first. I say, aren't the cannons being too fierce? Zhang Shougue doesn't want to play anymore. The ammunition isn't infinite. If it were you or me, would we do this? Was he trying to make a feint so that he could turn his horse and retreat? Ha! Su Gu's words were a joke to adjust the atmosphere, but Fan Zhu and Lu Dong were stunned. Then, the 2 of them said at the same time, it's possible. Possible? What do you mean? Su Gu already had an idea in his mind, so he asked for confirmation. Is there even a need to think? Something must have happened to Zhang Shougue. Our troops have already moved. If it's not Xiaobao, then it's Cuckoo. Otherwise, is Zhang Shougue an idiot? Would he just fire the cannons and not organize a large-scale attack? Fan Zhu asked. Then should we launch a counterattack? That won't do. If we charge down, won't we fall under their artillery? And they still have people pretending to attack. They'll definitely try to intercept us, Su Gu said with a shake of his head. Lu Dong patted Su Gu and said, are you an idiot? 1,000 people went past Highland 113. What's going on? It's been almost 5 days, right? According to the time on the sand table, they should have met up with Zhao Hanzhong and then surrounded us, coordinating with Zhang Shougui's attack from the other side. Why hasn't there been any movement? I know. They've run into trouble. Fuck, then what are we waiting for? Let's retreat and reinforce them. Give Highland 113 to Zhang Shougui. Let's see if he dares to take it. Su Gu finally reacted. The enemy had 1,000 people. Whether or not they had met up with Zhao Hanzhong's troops, they had inevitably run into trouble. Perhaps their own troops were bitterly holding on, while their own side could still scrape together 2 battalions. If they didn't fight now, then when? Thus, the 3 of them reached an agreement. With a clap of their hands, they took the remaining people and fled as fast as they could. Fuck Highland 113. They didn't even want the flag. The 3 of them took their 800-some men down the mountain and then turned around to meet up with their own troops. 3 regiments, including Su Gu's personal guards, had been reduced to 800 people. But even so, the 3 of them did not give up. They continued to actively train according to their own analysis and habits from their previous training. In the center of the sand table, Li Longji was also not resting well. The battle had truly been too intense. All sorts of things could happen at any time, and he couldn't bear to miss out on any of the exciting moments. The others naturally had to accompany him, but when they were alone, they were able to take a nap and were in much better condition than him. Seeing Fan Zhu's group of 3 leading their troops back, Li Longji sighed and said, "This is the outer courtyard of the Zhang clan and Wang clan. Look at the coordination between them. They don't even need to use telegrams to communicate. Just by relying on their usual tacit understanding, they can produce such results. And look at their willpower. They're never afraid of being alone and without help. Look at Kai Kai. Even after breaking apart an entire regiment, she still managed to organize a counterattack. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a force? After the commander gives out his mission, how many people can still judge the situation in an unexpected situation and coordinate with the main force to use the proper tactics? Zhao Hanzhong and Zhang Shougui didn't lose unjustly. Empress Wang was born into a family of generals, and she had been groomed like this since she was young. However, she knew that she had to admit that she had never seen such subordinates before, and they were only in the outer courtyard. She had seen it on the sand table of the inner courtyard. Wang Yi's group, any random small group, was able to deal significant damage to the enemy. When they fought, they gave off a sense of complete unity. Don't just talk about luck and coincidence. If that was really the case, Cuckoo's group was simply too lucky. But every opportunity was grasped by people. Everyone had a chance, so why did they grasp it so well? How many times was it still a coincidence? The more she thought about it, the more excited Empress Wang became. Your Majesty, after the martial examination, let's recruit the people from the Zhang clan and Wang clan who can't enter the inner courtyard. We also want to, but we reckon that they would rather stay in the outer courtyard than enter the court. Let's not talk about others, just Fan Zhu, Su Gu, Lu Dong, Wang Nan, and Sun Quan. Would they agree? Just how far did they push Zhao Hanzhong and Zhang Shougui? In their eyes, Zhao Hanzhong and Zhang Shougui are defeated generals, and they don't want to be in the same team. With just a glance, they can tell that you, the generals of the court, and the main forces of the Zhang clan and Wang clan, are only at this level. Why would they leave the outer courtyard? Li Longji said with jealousy. On the battlefield, the 2 regiments of the 1st Logistics Division's 3rd Brigade and the 3 regiments of the 4th Brigade were still madly attacking Zhang Shougui's flanks without regard for casualties. The bulletproof vests made of bamboo were a little heavy, but the effects were pretty good. If someone in the front was killed, the people at the back would carry the corpse and continue pushing it forward. The enemy would drop to the ground after throwing a grenade, so the losses weren't too great. The people filling the trenches didn't use their own bodies to block the spears. Instead, they put on the bulletproof vests and found a good spot. Then, they carried the wooden poles up and filled the trenches with 3 layers of people. Those who filled the trenches were unlucky enough to be declared dead by the referees. Once the last wave of people had passed, they would have to pull out those who had filled the trenches so that they could still fight. When Zhang Shogui gave the order to retreat, the entire camp immediately fell into chaos. Fighting at night greatly affected one's field of vision, and with the order to retreat, the 2 flanks were pinned down. Of the 8,000-some soldiers, at least 3,000 were used to defend the 2 flanks. Originally, Zhang Xiaobao had 10,000 soldiers. After sending out 1,000 reinforcements and attacking heights 113 and 113, he left behind another 1,000 soldiers. Against Zhang Xiaobao's 5 logistics regiments, nearly 8,000 soldiers, the 3,000 soldiers on the 2 flanks were having a very hard time. Moreover, under the influence of the soldiers who had retreated from heights 113, the 4,000-some soldiers in the center began to move back in batches. The referees immediately judged that their morale had plummeted. The attacking logistics troops didn't light their torches for fear of being used as practice, but when Zhang Shogui's troops retreated, they lit their torches. When their torches were lit, a messenger immediately placed a model of a torch on the sand table in front of the generals. "What's this?" Zhang Shogui asked as he looked at the model. "Reporting. These are the torches in the direction of our retreat and in the distance of our right flank. Based on the number of torches, we estimate that 20,000 enemy soldiers have suddenly appeared." The messenger pointed at the model and replied. "How many?" Zhang Shogui bellowed. In an instant, his heart chilled as he numbly nodded. "I know. This is Wang Wan's main force. Pass on my order. Withdraw the order to retreat. Gather all the troops and advance toward heights 113 and then take heights 225. Quickly." "General, why aren't we retreating? If we continue to charge forward, our army will be surrounded and eaten," a deputy general asked. Zhang Shogui shook his head and sighed. "I also want to run, but Wang Wan won't let me. She's even more familiar than I am with constantly wiping out the enemy while running, so she won't give me a chance. If we run, our morale will plummet, our heavy weapons will be thrown away, and our provisions will also be gone. We will scatter and then be surrounded by her men. Rather than that, I might as well concentrate my forces and fight for a chance of survival." With Zhang Shogui's order, the retreating soldiers turned around, abandoning the 3,000 soldiers on the left and right wings. They arrived at the base of heights 113 and gathered a portion of the soldiers there. With less than 5,000 soldiers, they captured heights 113. Reporting. "We haven't encountered any enemy defending heights 113, the messenger reported. "I already know. I also know that they turned around to work with their own forces to wipe out the 1,000 reinforcements that Xiao Hanzhang and I sent over. Other than the fact that I didn't scheme against Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao, do you know where we lost?" Zhang Shogui first nodded to the messenger, then he asked the generals in the room. One of the generals whispered, "Is it because our army is advancing too quickly? Shouldn't we have come to Mount Huangshan? That was my mistake. Is there anything else?" Zhang Shogui asked with a heavier tone. Another general thought for a moment, then said, "Could it be that by the time we sent our commanders to the regiments, there was already no one available?" Someone finally noticed. The several hundred commanders from the Zhang family and the Wang family's inner and outer courtyards formed the most luxurious command formation. Every regiment, every battalion, and even every squad had their own commander, let alone the brigade level. Moreover, because there were so many people, those who normally commanded regiments could only be sent to command battalions. But what about us? How many generals do we have that have properly studied? Our regiments were larger than the brigades, and each regiment was divided into 2 brigades. The number of people in 2 brigades is still less than the number of people in 1 battalion. We have only temporarily transferred the brigade commanders and regimental generals who haven't studied for long. The brigade commanders are directly in charge of the current regiments, while the regimental generals are in charge of brigades. They didn't have enough people, so they pushed them down. We didn't have enough people, so we raised them at the last moment. The brigade commanders who normally commanded 2,000 people were sent to command 500 battalions, while we normally commanded 200 generals were sent to command 1,500 regiments. Our battalion is currently the commander of a squad, and the captain is just someone who has performed well in the army. If not for the advantage in weapons, if the 2 sides met, our troops would have been instantly crushed. At this moment, Zhang Shogue was keenly aware of the weakness of not having enough people. In war, not only did the generals need to make decisions, they also needed the commanders under them to take charge of the situation. The generals thought about Zhang Shogue's words and nodded. This was true. The strength of the generals was only a part of the equation. The rest depended on how the commanders at each level performed. Zhang Shogue clenched his teeth and said, "Don't think about it anymore. Attack. Even if I die, I'll pull a few down with me." Chapter 1032. Zhang Shogue continued to lead his soldiers forward, an indescribable feeling in his heart. There was regret, annoyance, unwillingness, and helplessness. He finally understood why Wang Wan had emphasized that the soldiers should learn. At present, the soldiers of the Great Tang were basically literate, but when it came to calculations, they could only do simple addition and subtraction. When it came to spending money, they could understand how to spend it. But this clearly did not meet Wang Wan's requirements. At the very least, Zhang Shogue was not satisfied that his soldiers only had this little bit of education. From this battle, he could see that the more soldiers that could fight on their own, the greater the number of units at the bottom, the higher the fighting power of the army. Zhang Shogue, who had not encountered any resistance for the time being, looked at the model and thought to himself, just what level do I have to reach to meet Wang Wan's requirements? Li Longji was also asking Zhang Xiaobao. He was in Zhang Xiaobao's room. Zhang Xiaobao had withdrawn back to Highland 737, so he didn't have many soldiers left. In total, he had just over 4,000 soldiers, including his personal guards. But he felt that it was worth it. If he added in the 2 brigades that had attacked, how many soldiers would he have left? 8,000 was already enough. Using around 17,000 soldiers, he had managed to destroy more than 10,000 of the enemy's soldiers. The enemy was the vanguard, so they had a large supply of provisions and ammunition. Moreover, the price his side had to pay was the logistics, not the main force. It wasn't that the logistics weren't formidable, but that the military selection was based on the number of soldiers on each side's main force and the position they occupied. Thus, Zhang Xiaobao was very happy, and so was Li Longji. Wang Wan's good performance showed that he had a good eye for people, but he also wanted to know how far Wang Wan wanted the soldiers to learn. Thus, he went to Zhang Xiaobao to ask. "Tell me, what kind of soldiers does Cuckoo want? How long do they need to learn to pass?" "That'll be difficult. It'll take some time, and it'll probably take several decades to realize." Zhang Xiaobao did not give a specific answer, as there were some things that could not be said. He knew what kind of soldiers Wang Wan wanted. It was a real individual combat system, not like the current special forces in front, where a few people were in a group, with a radio, and within the range of the artillery. Instead, with individual mechanical assistance equipment, one person could connect with the satellite in the sky. Under the situation of interference, they could launch a strong electron beam and call for the launch of their own missiles. When they were within the range of their own electron control, they could manually guide the landing point of the missile. There were a lot of things to learn. Other than shooting, there was also the simple maintenance of one's own auxiliary machinery, electronic equipment malfunction detection, data encryption, concealment, and concealment. One also had to strengthen the psychological training. No matter how good the equipment was, there would be times when there would be problems. For example, if an electromagnetic bomb exploded in the sky, all the electronic equipment in the area would be burned out. Then, as a qualified warrior, he had to determine his own position without any assistance and stay there for a long time. At critical moments, everyone was the commander on the battlefield. With the current education system and technology, even if something was suddenly made, how many people would be able to use it? Li Longji didn't understand, so he asked again, why is it difficult? Because what Cuckoo wants is to be able to complete the tactical plan as soon as the map is brought over. When the three of them randomly meet, they can immediately launch a three-point cross attack. When they encounter turbulence, they can make their own swimming tools and give them a glider, and they can immediately find a place to take off. With a hot air balloon, they won't make any mistakes while flying. They can adapt to any terrain, be familiar with all weather conditions, be proficient in at least 4 languages, be able to calculate the basic elements of the ballistic trajectory, use the radio to send out messages, and at the same time, intercept the enemy's information, and so on. Zhang Xiaobao gave some examples. Li Longji and Wei Wei opened their mouths and waited for Zhang Xiaobao to finish. They looked at Zhang Xiaobao and asked, Xiaobao, are you talking about people? Cuckoo can do it. I'm a little worse than her. After all, there are specializations in each field. If I were to team up with her, the effect would be better. Zhang Xiaobao spoke the truth. If he didn't have this ability, he would have been captured long ago. Li Longji couldn't say anything now. He looked at the sand table and muttered to himself, Zhang Shougui, it's not easy. After scheming and scheming, in the end, he still fell for it because of his personality. If I were him, I would fight it out with all of you. I definitely wouldn't have charged into Mount Huangshan. Not only is that a death trap for him, it's also an ambush for the Central Army. A large amount of supplies have been lost, including what the soldiers carried. The cannons have also been lost. This is all thanks to the fact that we were fighting the natives and determined that they wouldn't be able to use cannons. If only Cuckoo and Xiaobao didn't insist on using cold weapons. Your Majesty, please stop muttering. If we had the same equipment, would we have lost so many people? My logistics association is in charge of logistics, not piling up lives. These cannoneers are for them to use. Not only is it a waste, but it's also useless. Zhang Xiaobao admitted that a good weapon could obtain a certain advantage, but he didn't believe that a good weapon would guarantee victory, unless it was a nuclear weapon. Then, if it were you, how would you fight? Li Longji asked. He knew that Cuckoo still hadn't taught them much about cannons. One reason was that most of the cannons made of good steel were used on the ships. Another reason was that she was worried that if she taught too many cannons, some people would have ill intentions. This was especially the case for the cannons in the capital and the palace. They were monitored layer by layer. The generals and civil officials were all present, and the Zhang family and Wang family had also arranged for people to monitor them. He himself had also sent out eunuchs to monitor them. Those things were truly deadly. Li Longji wanted to ask how the cannoneers were arranged when attacking. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a moment, then said, "Cannoneers are used to attack the enemy's command center and the stubborn counterattack. In other words, they are used to attack the enemy's firing points. They are also used to cut off the enemy's defensive line from the front and back. Covering fire is actually used to suppress the enemy, to provide a short gap for the enemy to counterattack. If it were me, after I finished covering fire, I would focus on a certain line and repeatedly attack until all the enemies in that line are wiped out. Then, our army would charge through that line. Once we're there, it's simple. The cannons have to be used flexibly. Don't treat them like a massive object." "Xiao Bao, you also understand economics. Didn't you specialize in economics?" Li Longji was very curious. "Am I stupid?" "No matter how stupid I am, after spending every day with Cuckoo, I've learned pretty much everything I need to learn." Zhang Xiaobao turned his head away. "Oh, right. You can learn from each other. I didn't say that you couldn't pass it on." Li Longji gave his own understanding. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything, which could be considered a tacit agreement. Turning his head back to the sand table, he said, "Tell the people below not to do too well in their defense. The enemy doesn't have any more cannons. On the 737 high ground, if Zhang Shogue wants to fight, we'll just roll down boulders. When the boulders are gone, we'll roll down logs. When the logs are gone, we'll retreat and give him the high ground. Yes, rolling down boulders and logs. Little young master, where will we retreat to when the time comes?" The messenger was also in a very good mood, so he asked another question. "Retreat to the side and conserve our energy. If he chases, we'll just run for our lives. You messenger, what are you blindly asking for? Hurry up and go." Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand. The messenger shook his head and ran off. Li Longji also stood up and patted his butt. "We are going back to rest." The moment Li Longji arrived at the entrance of the central sand table, he heard the warm applause. Raising his head, he saw Fan Zhu and the others bowing to express their gratitude. They had risked their lives to come to the central sand table and take a look at it before going back to rest. Zhao Hanzhong lowered his head and found a corner to sit down. He placed his hands between his legs and remained silent. Li Longji patted Fan Zhu and the others on the shoulders and said, "Not bad. This was originally a high ground that could have been handed over at any time, but you actually made it the center of the battle. Continue to work hard." Fan Zhu and the others nodded. They circled around the sand table, greeted the crowd, and then jogged out one by one. It seemed like they were looking for a place to eat and then go to sleep. Li Longji slowly walked over to Zhao Hanzhong's side and asked, "What are your thoughts?" Zhao Hanzhong lowered his head and said nothing. Li Longji wasn't in a rush either. After a while, Zhao Hanzhong raised his head and said, "With advanced weapons, what one should learn is control, not risk it. A lone army penetrating deep into enemy territory is a great taboo for a strategist. One must be extremely cautious." Li Longji replied. "The current Great Tang is different from the past. In the past, in order to achieve victory and achieve one's goal, one didn't care about the deaths of a few people. They even had the common people prepare their own weapons and armor. But now, the people of Great Tang are worth money. Cannonballs and bullets are just money. Money can be earned, but where can one find lives?" Even though Cuckoo and Xiao Bao were willing to pay any price when they gave their orders, the last thing they wanted was for the people of Great Tang to be sacrificed. Think more about it in the future. Even if you're fighting against the natives, there's no need to be too hasty. If you need ammunition, send it over later. If you need provisions, send it over as well. Remember. Zhao Hanzhong quietly listened. When Li Longji was done, he said, Cuckoo and Xiao Bao are going to fight against Duoshe. I want to be the vanguard once more. I guarantee that I'll be steady. Let's talk about it later. Let's see if they agree. Li Longji couldn't make a decision, so he patted Zhao Hanzhang's shoulder and said, Go eat something first and have a good night's sleep. When you wake up, come here and take a look. While others were summarizing their experiences, Zhang Shougue was doing the same. 4 hours later, he led his exhausted 4,500 men to the base of Highland 737. Looking at the model of Highland 737 on the sand table and the flag fluttering in the wind, he asked the messenger, How many days of food do we have left? Reporting, according to the previous ration, we still have 2 days. If we cut it in half, we still have 4 days. Go around it and don't attack. We'll cut food in half. Go 20 li and find a slope to set up camp. Zhang Shougue hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he didn't dare attack Highland 737. Even though he could tell from the flag that Zhang Xiaobao was on the mountain, there was a high chance that Zhang Xiaobao would be declared dead if he attacked. Reporting, we've discovered that Zhang Shougue's forces have taken a detour around the base of the mountain. Please make your decision, the messenger reported. They ran. They probably don't have enough provisions, the soldiers are tired, and they don't have any cannons. They want to rest, but how can that be? Pass on my order. 1,000 men go down and chase after them. Don't really catch up. Send another 1,000 men to coordinate with them. If the enemy leaves behind some troops to cover their retreat, then surround them. Small victories can lead to great victories. After giving out his order, Zhang Xiaobao happily smiled and said to the other members of the inner courtyard, Did you see that? This is the first chapter of the harassment strategy, the initiative to attack. There's also the second chapter, the initiative to attack, and the third chapter. Little young master, what's the difference between the two? Someone from the inner courtyard asked. One emphasizes attacking, while the other emphasizes taking the initiative. I'm just messing with you. What's the point of being so serious? The real strategy is to not let the enemy have an easy time, depending on the situation. When the enemy wants to rest, we have to keep them busy. When the enemy wants to find wild vegetables to eat, we have to let them smell the aroma of meat and smack their lips. When the enemy doesn't have any clothes to wear, we have to change out of them in an hour. In any case, we have to do whatever we can to disgust them. Zhang Xiaobao cheerfully explained. The people from the inner courtyard nodded, believing that the little young master was right. They had to attack both physically and mentally. Even if the enemy managed to escape in the end, they had to leave behind some residual effects. While they were rejoicing, Zhang Shougue was cursing, Slut, Zhang Xiaobao, you slut, I'm already like this, and you're still like this. Just what do you want to force me into? Leave 500 people to cover the retreat and increase the speed of the march. 15 minutes later, a messenger ran back. Reporting, we've successfully surrounded the enemy's rear guard. The pursuing troops have not engaged in battle. Then that's right. Send another 1,000 people to circle around and continue the pursuit. Send 500 people to the troops responsible for surrounding the enemy's rear guard. If the enemy leaves behind any rear guard, continue the encirclement. Zhang Xiaobao knew that his wife's 20,000 main force was still in Mount Huangshan, responsible for building the fortifications and restricting Zhang Shougue's movements. Even if he didn't pursue, it didn't matter. But if he could do something, then he could. Disgust others was also good. Little young master, why are we surrounding them and not destroying them? Are you afraid of increasing casualties? An inner courtyard member asked. Before Zhang Xiaobao could answer, another inner courtyard member spoke first. I say you're Urbio, and you really are one. What's the point of killing 500 people? The troops left behind to cover the retreat are only for the sake of dying. All the food on them has definitely been given to others. Little young master wants to keep them and let them starve. Starvation is boring, so they'll naturally find a chance to fight for their lives. If we open the path and let them join up with the main force, will Zhang Shogui give them food to eat? If we give them too little, they won't be able to recover. If we give them too much, they'll have even less food left. You're the one who's Urbio. If you keep talking about me, I'll get angry with you. Do you think the little young master's schemes are as simple as you think? In truth, the little young master has another plan. It's to confuse Zhang Shogui. The weather is getting colder, the autumn leaves are yellow, and the autumn rain is continuous. We'll use the environment to deal with Zhang Shogui. When he hunts, he consumes bullets and only eats wild vegetables, making it difficult to replenish his strength. Isn't that right, little young master? The inner courtyard member called Urbio turned his head and asked Zhang Xiaobao. The two of you are too formidable. Even I didn't think of it. In truth, my plan is very simple. I just want a few of them to run out and send a message to their main force. Cuckoo and I have always hoped that their radios would be unblocked, but we don't think that's possible. Wang Yi's sniper battalion is still working. If they don't send a message, they still have 80,000 main force. How much strength do we have to use to fight them? We'll draw the enemy's main force over, and then we'll think of a way to delay the rest of the army in Hangzhou. Once we finish off their main force, what will they fight for? Zhang Xiaobao smiled as he spoke to the two, and then he gave a long sigh. War was far too difficult to fight. Strategically, one could look down on the enemy, and tactically, one could consider and scheme against the enemy, but how could the gap in weapons be so easily made up for? God damn it, no matter what, I can't let others learn my weapon techniques. Although in the end, the ones fighting in war are people, the quality of weapons can't be denied. Once I make the tractors, I'll have them research the tanks. It doesn't need to be able to withstand a lot of armor-piercing bullets, as long as it can withstand bows and large sabers. The tanks also don't need to be equipped with long-range cannons. I just need to leave some firing ports and place a few machine guns. Right, that's actually called an armored vehicle. Zhang Xiaobao mumbled, but his voice wasn't soft. Everyone in the inner courtyard heard him, and they were all very excited, anticipating the birth of a good weapon. Zhang Shogui was also excited. To be more precise, he was excited. When a person was forced to a certain extent, they would often become even more spirited. He was currently in such a situation. After dispatching 1,500 people to cover the rear 3 times, he finally led the exhausted troops to a hillside where water flowed through. For the time being, they could be considered to have settled down. Zhang Xiaobao, I'll remember you. In the future, even if you invite me to a meal, I won't go. We're comrades, so why are you forcing me? Unless you're cooking your own seafood, the abalones have to be 4 heads long, the sea jellyfish have to be next year, and the oysters have to be wild. I really won't eat. I won't give you face, but I'll do as I say. Zhang Shogui was also given a piece of corn. It was roasted, and he plucked the kernels one by one, tossed them into his mouth, and chewed with all his might, not even stopping him from speaking. The other generals in the room also became dissatisfied with Zhang Xiaobao. Look at you, Zhang Xiaobao, you're tormenting our General Zhang to the point of insanity. In the end, the great Tang General Yang Xishuan was able to determine the situation of the vanguard. When a portion of the Central Army was still in Hangzhou and had not come ashore, they received a report. The contents of the report showed that a radio relay station had lost contact with all the other troops. The main vanguard force had rushed to the front line of Mount Huangshan. The last news the other portion received was that a brigade had been crippled by the enemy and was surrounded. Emergency, outside my relay station, more than 100 enemy troops have appeared and are searching for us. My station will fight with our lives on the line. This was the last news they received. When they sent a message to the relay station, there was no reply. After Yang Xishuan received this news, he closed his eyes and thought for a full hour. Just when everyone thought he had fallen asleep, he opened his eyes and sent a report to the other generals, calling for an impromptu meeting. All the generals, except for the vanguard general, left the room together after half a day of meeting and gathered outside the door of the central sand table. Li Longji had just woken up, taken a bath, and gotten a massage. He was in the middle of burning incense in a corner of the central sand table when he saw a group of people appear at the door. He stood up in surprise and asked, "Esteemed guests, this is..." Yang Xishuan took a step forward and said, "Your Majesty, we were not prepared enough and hastily accepted the challenge. We request a ceasefire and seal the sand table. Once we have thought things through, we will begin again. I hope that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will agree." Seal the sand table. Then Cuckoo's military examination. This was the first question that came to Li Longji's mind. Just like Vanguard Zhang Shougue admits that he is in a difficult situation, we also admit that Cuckoo is fully deserving of being the champion of the military examination. Yang Xishuan did not ask for the specifics, but the meaning of his words was clear. Even if the sand table was sealed, his group of generals would not discuss the battle on the sand table. Oh. That's fine too. Call Zhang Shougue over and ask him, When Li Longji thought of Zhang Shougue's current situation, he couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Shougue was called over. After hearing the words of the generals, he lightly nodded his head with an extremely unsightly expression. His voice trembling, he said, "I am the vanguard, the vanguard. I am currently, fine, I agree that Cuckoo is the champion, and Xiao Bao is the champion. Whoever disagrees can take my position and continue the battle." Chapter 1033. There was no need to mention just how sullen Zhang Shougue was. He had a belly full of words, but he couldn't say them. These generals were being too tactful. What certain difficulty? Couldn't they just drop the certain? It was a certain difficulty. Anyone who went up would know that those who entered the Yellow Mountain region were almost tormented to death by Zhang Xiaobao. When they hunted or got food to eat, he would launch sneak attacks. Most hateful of all was that when Zhang Xiaobao caught prey, he would not immediately snatch it away. Instead, he would feed the prey poison, and in the end, the prey caught by his own side would die in droves after eating it. Difficult, truly difficult. Even surviving was difficult. "Li Shi, you come, ha 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 ha." Seeing Zhang Shougue's expression, Li Longji clutched his stomach and hid to the side. Gao Lishir also knew how the battle was going. He wanted to find a place to laugh, but he had no choice but to accompany Li Longji. When he was called over, he used his hand to twist his leg and limped over. The expression on his face was as rich as one could imagine. "Gentlemen, generals, it has been many days since we last met. It seems that all of you are still as cheerful as ever. Let's cut to the chase. Since all of you want to seal the deal, we should first ask Xiao Bao and Cuckoo if we agree." None of them spoke, not because they didn't want to give Gao Lishir face, but because they didn't know what to say. "Since all my colleagues have tacitly agreed, come. Call over Xiao Bao and Cuckoo." Zhang Xiaobao was happily playing around in his room. When it came to setting up formations in battle, he wasn't too bad. After spending so many years with Wang Wan, even a fool would have learned a few things by now. But he loved to use them in this situation. Be it the battle of sparrow harassment, the battle of underground tunnels, the battle of throwing poison, the classic battle of using numbers to win, or the battle of bullying the weak, he used them all. He used them all in a nimble and versatile manner, reaching perfection in his execution. Look, the two sides clearly have about the same number of people, but Zhang Shogui doesn't dare to fight a fair battle with me. He always likes to play dirty. Is there anyone who does this? Is there? Zhang Xiaobao personally went to the front line and ordered his men to place the wild animals on a tree. They picked up the dry branches and skewered the wild animals for barbecue. The smoke and smell obviously drifted downwards, but the other party did not react at all. The several inner court students in the room were speechless. Did you see it this morning? I had 200 men annihilate 10 of their men who went to fetch water from the river. This is called a textbook battle of using superior numbers to attack the enemy's weak point. In the future, we will have to vigorously publicize this. Everyone should learn from this. Zhang Xiaobao continued to speak. In the inner courtyard, his face was already red. This was because 200 people had fought against 10 people, and 15 people had died. Furthermore, it was a sneak attack. When the last 2 people died, they had pressed the grenades under their bodies. That was how the referees judged. If one were to really talk about being in a textbook, it would be the 10 of them. Seeing that no one had any reaction, Zhang Xiaobao blushed and said, "Well, the annihilation battle in the morning wasn't good enough. Can you blame me? Give me a set of hunting tools and enough throwing knives, and I alone can take care of 10 of them. I can't personally command 200 people. If I were to be stunned by a single shot, your logistics commander would be gone. The referees will judge, and we have to hold on. We can't even protest. If we argue with the referees during a competition, wouldn't that be courting death? Little young master, I don't think you're to blame." That person was hit by 4 arrows, so why didn't he die? He could even pull the grenades, right? A person supported Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao didn't appreciate this at all. What right? What do you know? If a team holds up the death flag and needs to blow up the enemy's trench, there will be a situation where a person's lower body is blown up, but he can still climb over and throw the grenade into the trench. Zhang Xiaobao remembered that Wang Wan had told him some things that she didn't want to disclose to the public. Many years ago, there was a death troop in the Chuan division of the National Army. The people in that troop were like their own men of sacrifice. They would twist their weapons to their necks and stick their spears to their chests. Just like the judgment of the military sand table, they wouldn't retreat even if they knew death. That was why he didn't say anything when he killed 15 people with a sneak attack. "Little young master, I can also climb over." The person who spoke earlier said loudly, and the others echoed in succession. I know. You're all from the inner courtyard. Now I'm not asking you to climb. Think of a way. How to scheme against people. We can't let them have an easy time." Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to talk about this topic. He waved his hand and signaled the people in the room to play along with him. "Report, little young master, the emperor wants you to go to the central sand table." A messenger ran in. "What's wrong?" "I'm going over. You guys continue to think. If you come up with a good idea, I'll treat him to a big meal later." Zhang Xiaobao dropped this sentence and left gloomily. He was having a good time. When he came to the entrance of the central sand table, he met Wang Wan. The two looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. When they reached the entrance and saw a group of generals, the two were shocked. Looking at the expressions of the generals, Zhang Xiaobao stepped over the door and asked carefully, "What's wrong? Foreign enemies invade? Which side? I lend them 100 guts. The birthday girl hangs herself. Are they tired of living?" Wang Wan was also very surprised. She thought that the great Tang had encountered a military problem. Otherwise, why would all the generals gather here and call her and Xiao Bao to the central sand table? Gao Lisher coughed softly and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, don't worry. It's not a big deal. The situation is like this. The generals feel that you guys have too many trivial things to do. The military election has been going on for too long, and you guys are too tired. Therefore, they allow you to close the sand table. Oh. Zhang Xiaobao responded softly. He looked at his godfather, Li Longji, and the others, and then at the generals and smiled. He asked Wang Wan, "Cuckoo, are you tired?" "I'm not tired. It's quite relaxing. I'll treat it as a holiday. It's not easy to find such an opportunity normally." Wang Wan understood Zhang Xiaobao's meaning. "General Gao, look, Cuckoo and I aren't tired. It's fine. Let's continue. The other things are simple. Why waste the general's time? The two of us can't bear it." Zhang Xiaobao puffed out his chest, showing his determination to persevere to the end. Yang Xishuan couldn't help but say to Zhang Xiaobao, "But we're tired. From the start of the military election until now, we haven't had a good night's sleep. If we continue, we'll probably die from exhaustion before we die. Let's close the sand table. After we rest, we'll think about it carefully before continuing." Without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to reply, Pei Guangting added, "There's no need to worry about the military election. We all agree that Cuckoo can be the leader, and you'll be the second and third. What do you think? We won't discuss the results of the military election in private." The other generals stared at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, waiting for them to nod. They realized that they had underestimated their opponents. If they continued, their losses would be even greater, and the loss of face would not be small. It was better to stop and give themselves some time to think. Zhang Xiaobao's lips twitched, and he hesitantly said, "This isn't good, right? If we directly give the champion to the top scorer, we'll feel ashamed. Since everyone is tired, why don't we rest for a few days and then continue? It's not bad. We've already agreed." Moreover, Vanguard Zhang also said that he had a certain amount of difficulty. "You used cold weapons, which means that you're very capable," making Vanguard Zhang feel some difficulty. "Isn't that right, General Zhang?" Yang Xishuan asked Zhang Shogui for confirmation. Zhang Shogui just stared at the ground, probably looking for a crack, a bigger one. He didn't say anything, only nodded. Zhang Xiaobao held back his laughter, looked at Zhang Shogui, and asked Wang Wan, "Madam, is General Zhang having trouble?" "I think he's pretty tenacious." Zhang Shogui lowered his head even more, his face flushed red. Wang Wan could not bear to watch this any longer. She rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "I guess so. Since the generals have brought it up, then." "Your Majesty," Li Longji hastily said, "I agree. It's spring, and summer will be coming soon. I'd like to check on the progress of the railroad at Lu Zhou's place. Everyone is busy, so let's seal it first. Cuckoo is the top scorer in the military election." "Your Majesty, isn't that a little inappropriate?" Zhang Xiaobao still insisted. "The people are waiting for spring to come to the hibiscus garden to see the flowers. Xiao Bao, you can't be too selfish and make the people sad just for your own enjoyment, understand?" Li Longji said with a hidden meaning. Zhang Xiaobao understood. Li Longji was telling him that he could not go on and on just because he was having fun bullying Zhang Shougue. He glanced at Zhang Shougue and nodded. All right, the flowers in the hibiscus garden are blooming. If you don't mind the cold, we can hold a feast. Cuckoo and I aren't bullying anyone, right, General Zhang? Zhang Shougue grunted and said, that's right. Don't treat me to a meal in the future unless you cook it yourself. No problem. I know you like to eat things from the sea. Four-headed abalone, seasoned sea cucumber, cold cucumber, wild oysters, steamed hairtail. I'll cook it myself. Zhang Xiaobao agreed with a smile. How did you know? Zhang Shougue was taken aback. If I didn't have this ability, would Cuckoo and I have the confidence to stand in the military election? As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. Gathering information before a battle is very important. You ate so much seafood from my Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant. What did I say? Zhang Xiaobao finally spoke the truth. Zhang Shougue and the other generals were stunned. They were not fools. They began to recall how much they had eaten for free. So, this was the cause and effect of everything. You. Zhang Xiaobao, you're not being honest, Zhang Shougue managed to squeeze out a sentence. It's fine as long as the food and wine are authentic. Later, I'll treat you to Savant's restaurant. Congratulations to my wife for being the top scorer. It's not easy. We'll open the restaurant when you're ready. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei smiled. They did not argue. After all, the winner had to be magnanimous. Li Longji seized the opportunity. So, Xiaobao, you've agreed. I've agreed, Zhang Xiaobao replied happily. Good. Make the arrangements. I'll personally go to Luzhou to eat seafood. I heard it's warm there, Li Longji said. Zhang Xiaobao turned to look at Li Longji. Agreed, to what? You agreed to let me go to Luzhou to check on the progress of the railroad. I'll have to trouble you along the way, Li Longji said. Zhang Xiaobao seemed troubled. He looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan shrugged. Zhang Xiaobao had no choice but to settle this himself. Your Majesty, most people are gathering in Jiang province now. The gunships. Your Majesty, that's fine. I agree to let you go to Luzhou. If the others agree, we'll go. We'll take the water route first before we switch to the land route. What do you think? As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he hesitated for a moment before agreeing to Li Longji's request. The generals, as well as the civil officials, looked at each other, but no one made a sound. The generals supported the idea of the emperor going out for a walk. They were also in charge of protecting him, so they were not opposed to it. Moreover, with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan around, if something really happened, then it would be unsafe no matter where he was. For example, the hibiscus garden, there were 3 layers of protective intelligence. The court had one, the emperor had one, and the Zhang family and the Wang family had one. The civil officials had no reason to object. In the past, they were worried that the emperor would spend too much money on traveling and that the national treasury would be tight. Now, the emperor had his own money and the funds provided by Zhang Xiaobao. When Li Longji saw Zhang Xiaobao agreeing, he was delighted. He said, let me think about it. You want to follow Xiaobei and the others to Jiang province? Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Yes. I'll make a stop in Hangzhou and visit my mother, Cuckoo's mother, and my relatives. Relatives? That's good as well. I'll go and visit them as well. Some of them I haven't seen in a long time. Back then, they helped me a lot. Otherwise, how could your father have a chance? He's been tossing and turning for a few years now. Time has never stopped. He's always thinking about his mother and putting in a lot of effort. Sometimes, he doesn't even care about his family. Li Longji looked up at the ceiling and reminisced. His words were filled with emotions. Then, he changed the topic and laughed. If it weren't for him, how could there be the Tang Empire that I have now? Not to mention the cute Xiaobei and the others. Ha, just like the story that Cuckoo told Xiaobei and the others, everything is predetermined. Okay, go. I'll also prepare a gift. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't know how to respond. They could only smile at each other. Li Longji's words had also evoked memories of the two of them. Along the way, they still looked back. Seal the sand table. Li Longji gave the order. The sand table used for the competition was sealed and specially assigned people to guard it. Tourists were not allowed to go near it. The hibiscus garden was so big that it didn't lack this place to play. When the order to seal the sand table was given, the more than 3,000 people in the competition, the people in charge of logistics, and the people in the judging panel relaxed. Of course, from today until the sand table was reopened, they were not allowed to talk about the situation of the sand table. Otherwise, if they were found out, they would be severely punished. In reality, even if the participants were asked, they wouldn't say anything. Those who were chosen all had their own dignity. Many of the people of the Great Tang now had this spirit. They disdained to play tricks in a fair competition in the country. Everyone left one after another. Some went home to meet with their families and then sleep. Some went to find food, some went to bathe, and some went on dates. More and more people were leaving. The commoners who occasionally passed by outside saw this. When they saw a large group of people leaving, the first thing they thought was that the martial arts examination had ended. Immediately, the commoners were divided into two groups, those who reported and those who waited. Those who waited immediately ran over and asked those who came out, "How was it? How was it? Who won?" That was the case. Those who were asked didn't dare to put on airs and deliberately kept it a mystery. This was because they understood that even if the emperor was asked, he would also tell the commoners. Thus, they all smiled and nodded, giving the commoners the most satisfactory answer. The generals proposed to seal the sand table and admit that Wang Wan won first place in the martial arts examination and Zhang Xiaobao won second. The people who asked were indeed satisfied. They cheered and squeezed out, as if they wanted to tell this news to the entire world. "Xiaobao, look, the commoners support you," Li Longji said to Zhang Xiaobao as he listened to the sound of firecrackers. "They don't just support Cuckoo. They want to further solidify the image of the war god in their hearts. As long as the image of the war god Cuckoo doesn't collapse and they don't lose, the commoners of the Great Tang will feel that their lives are very stable. Today, when they hear that Wang Wan has failed and can't become the top scorer, their first thought is that the person who answered is lying. They don't want to admit that the protector in their hearts has disappeared. Thus, Cuckoo is under a lot of pressure. After defeating Duosher, she shouldn't personally lead the army. Defeating Duosher is to solidify her image. In the future, even if the other generals of the Great Tang are at a disadvantage, the commoners of the Great Tang won't worry. If Cuckoo doesn't lose, the Great Tang won't lose. Zhang Xiaobao analyzed the thoughts of the commoners. Li Longji understood immediately. The symbolic meaning is greater than the actual meaning. According to this, you have to make perfect preparations before going to war. You can't lose. If you really can't, you have to first gain a little advantage and then stop to defend. In the Great Tang, you have to announce that you won and Cuckoo's image must be maintained. Zhang Xiaobao chuckled. Li Longji knew quite a lot and knew how to lie. However, Wang Wan frowned and said, "Don't build me up. What should be built is the army of the great Tang. After a few victories, we have to give the commoners the impression that as long as the great Tang army is mobilized, there will be no defeat and no defeat." The crowd walked out. Those who wanted to enter the hibiscus garden after the military selection were not in a hurry. They all stood by the roadside and watched. There were also those who had just received the news and rushed over. There were even some who ran over to send the news. Most of them were businessmen. They had business partners in various places and were promptly notified. The news was spread to all parts of the Great Tang at the fastest speed. It was much more important than Zhang Xiaobao being the top scorer. Survival instincts and safety were the first priority. After that, it was the pursuit of other aspects, such as prices, product types, and so on. There were many people, but they were orderly. They all stood by the sides of the road and no one stepped forward. If anyone wanted to, the people beside them would not allow it. They were afraid that there would be spies who would harm Zhang Xiaobao and Cuckoo. Thus, other than trusting themselves, they even looked at their neighbors with suspicion. The weather today was not bad. There was no wind and there was plenty of sunlight. After the spring rain, it was getting warmer day by day. Wearing 2 layers of clothes, it was not cold to stand outside. Seeing that the road was narrow, Li Longji did not take a carriage. Instead, he called Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and slowly walked in the direction of the royal palace. At this speed, it would take at least 2 hours. As they walked, they could hear the sounds of firecrackers and cheers. Occasionally, they could hear the shop assistants shouting, "What's free today?" This can be considered a kind of glory, right? It feels like there are singers, movie stars, and even sports stars. It's very lively. Cuckoo, don't you feel proud to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with those stars? Zhang Xiaobao looked at the lively scene and said. You can't speak blindly. How can I compare to them? Others have fainted while surrounding them, but I'm far from it. Everyone is standing properly, and no one is trying to get close to them. That's not enthusiastic enough. Wang Wan was in a good mood, so she also teased along with Zhang Xiaobao. Li Longji did not care about this. He nudged Zhang Xiaobao and asked, Xiaobao, when are we leaving? The construction of the railway can't be delayed. How about tomorrow? Let me prepare for a day, Zhang Xiaobao said. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.